Instructions for accessing subtitles in a language other than English are included on our board meetings webpage as well as in the description below. Instrucciones para acceder a los subtítulos en un idioma que no sea el inglés se incluyen en nuestra página web de reuniones de la Junta, así como en la descripción a continuación.
All right, good evening and welcome to the Ross Valley School District Board of Trustees regular meeting. Today is January 29th, 2025, and I am calling our meeting to order at 6:02. We have 4 trustees present in person at the Ross Valley School District office at 100 Shaw Drive in San Antonio. Myself, Rachel Litwack, Daniel Cassidy, Ryan O'Neill, and Chris Landels-Cobb. Trustee Hamilton is not in attendance tonight. We also have cabinet members present. We have Superintendent Tyler Kraft, Eric Siebel, and Chris Carson. Our meeting's being live streamed via YouTube, and the link's on our website and on the agenda. There is a 60-second delay between the meeting and the YouTube live stream. An audio recording of the meeting will be made available to the public on our district website within 72 hours of the meeting. And so with that, I will move along with our agenda. The first item is closed session. I'm going to identify the items on our closed session. We have conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 549569, subdivision D2 or 3, special education program dispute, 1 case, student SSID 178-756-3438. Next item is public comment regarding items on the closed session agenda. We have no public here to comment, and so I will recess us to closed session at 6:03. And we are reconvening from closed session at 6:33. Our report out from closed session is that 4-0, we approved the staff recommendation on special education program dispute case SSID 178-756-3438. And moving on, procedural items, we have the Pledge of Allegiance and Democratic Reflection. I don't have a Democratic Reflection today, but I did just want to acknowledge the fact that it is the start of Lunar New Year. So I wanted to say Happy New Year to everyone who celebrates that. And with that, I will stand up and we can do our pledge. If you would like to join me, please feel free. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is adopting the agenda and time allocations. Did we have any changes to this? Any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
I will make a motion to adopt the agenda and time allocations as noted.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, motion and second. Chris?
Aye.
Daniel?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
And Rachel? Aye. All right, we have our agenda approved. Moving on, communication. We have public comment regarding items not on the open session agenda. Do we have any comment cards for that? No? All right, so we have no public comment for that. And then correspondence and communication to the board. We do have some exchanges that are posted there. Hopefully everyone got a chance to see those. And the next item is E, presentation and or action items. The first item there is the recommended approval of resolution 082425 declaring the district a sanctuary district. And Tyler, I'll hand this over to you.
Yeah, great. So this is a resolution declaring RVSD as a sanctuary district, and this is a very similar resolution that many boards are doing across Marin County. We think this is really important. Just to note that we have processes in place to support our families, our undocumented families across the district, and there's support at our school sites with our principals and admin assistants if you need it. And really, I see this, one of our biggest roles as educators is to protect students' right to free public education, and that goes for undocumented students as well. So this resolution is just doubling down and reaffirming that along with other boards in the county.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Tyler? No. Alright. Do we have any public comment on this item? No? All right. No questions, no public comment. Any other discussion on this item?
It just makes sense where we are today and other districts in Marin County doing the same, so.
Agreed.
I hope that we continue to get the state support behind this, because I've seen other states starting to move in a very terrible direction. And whatever we can do to make sure that our families are, feel safe and even have the ability to get resources from us, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. I want to shout out Nurse Megan and Amelia Almari, who've helped me put together a one-pager that gives step-by-step support for our admin assistants and principals. And we have red cards that allow parents to understand their legal rights in these situations that are available at our front offices. And there's also support at the school sites for emergency family planning as well. So if anyone out there needs the support, you just need to go to your school and it's there for you.
Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and raise a very touchy question. Where do we stand and what can we do if by chance in the worst case scenarios, there's an infiltration of ICE in our schools? Like what do we have? Do we have plans? Do we have an ability to react to that? Have we thought about that as we put this? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So if ICE, and this is this similar procedure many districts are taking across the county, if ICE comes on campus, the first step that any teacher, principal, or admin assistant has is to call me directly, and then gather badge number information, all the information from the team at ICE, and then I would have legal counsel on the phone, we would discuss the issues with ICE. If there weren't a warrant or exigent circumstances, that'd be turned away. If there was a warrant or exigent circumstances by law, we would allow them to do their job.
Well, I appreciate this being prepared, so thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's important that the children and their families feel safe coming to school.
Absolutely.
That's the whole thing.
Right.
Schools should be safe places for all of our students.
If there's no further discussion, I will entertain a motion on this resolution.
So I'll make a motion to recommend that the Board of Trustees approve Resolution 08-2425 declaring district as a sanctuary district.
A motion.
A second.
A second. All right, Daniel.
Aye.
Chris.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
And Rachel. Aye. All right. So thank you for putting that together. The next item is staff presentation on reading instruction in RVSD.
Great, and we're gonna have a wonderful instructional coach and RVTA member present about our reading programs. Melina Allenberger.
Hi. Do we stand? Do we sit? What happens?
Wherever you are.
Okay.
Yeah, you're comfortable.
I think I'm more comfortable standing. Okay. So hi, I'm Melina Allenberger. I'm the instructional coach across the 4 elementary sites. And before that, I taught for 2nd, 3rd grade at Wake Thomas for 13 years. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about ELA and RVSD, basically where we've been and where we're heading. Okay. Am I using the right thing?
Might need to be turned on.
Thank you. I love it when it's not just me. Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah.
Did you do that?
I did.
Could you just explain in relation how you are related to Julia in the instructional?
Yeah, so
Thank you so
Julia
much.
Wolcott is also the director of curriculum, along with assistant superintendent, so I work directly under Julia Wolcott. So I'll be presenting the first portion of, the majority of this presentation, and then she'll be coming in at the end to talk a little bit about reading screeners. So before we get started into ELA and where Ross Valley has been and where we're going, I wanted to thank you. Whoever just changed that.
No, I didn't. I think you made it.
Oh, I didn't touch anything. Was it AI? Right?
Okay.
At any rate, I think it's important to ground ourselves in the research because this is what has driven the changes and the shifts that we have made in reading instruction. So first and foremost, I like to nerd out on this, okay? So our brain is hardwired for oral language. So speaking is a natural occurrence in the brain. Reading is not. In order to learn to read, you have to rewire the brain. So your frontal lobe that's your phonological processor. That's where that's located. So that's where the oral, speaking, listening comes from. All the way in the back, the occipital lobe, that's your orthographic processor. That's your print, ability to print. So you literally have to connect both sides of the brain in order to learn to read. Okay, so it's not a natural process. Next slide. They took away my, okay. So leading into the simple view of reading. So taking all of this brain research and on reading and distilling it down in its simplest form, right? So we have word recognition and language comprehension. And the two of those make up reading comprehension. And reading comprehension is the ultimate goal of reading, right? Next slide. Okay, so just to illustrate this point, okay, if you notice that there is a multiplication symbol and not an addition symbol in between word recognition and language comprehension. So if you have no word recognition, but you do have language comprehension, we're not reading. The result is not reading. Vice versa, if you have word recognition but no language comprehension, the result is also not reading. If there are impairments in word recognition, so that's what that 0.5 stands for, and language, but you do have language comprehension, there are impairments in overall reading. And if there are impairments in both, there are impairments in reading comprehension. So we must have word recognition combined with language comprehension in order to get the result of reading comprehension, the ultimate goal of reading. So to take that simple view of reading and really draw it out, we have, if you think of reading happening in the brain, you can think of the language comprehension and word recognition being two strands of a rope that twist and combine to make one rope, which is reading, okay? So as word recognition, which includes phonological awareness, decoding, sight word recognition, as that becomes increasingly automatic, you're moving more towards skilled reading. And at the same time, as language comprehension becomes increasingly strategic, these two strands of the rope combine to get skilled reading. Next slide. And something that I wanted to really put a fine point on is that in order for reading to be fluent and ultimately to get reading comprehension, as I said before, that is the ultimate goal, the decoding process has to be so automatic that the reader can devote most of their attention to comprehension. So all of this research our teachers are very familiar with. The last few years we've spent providing PD in the science of reading. And just to backpedal a little bit, if you've heard of the science of reading, what that really refers to is a body of research that has existed for decades and continues to evolve to emphasize the best practices in teaching reading. And so in the last few years, and for some teachers even more than that, but as a Ross Valley School District, the last few years we've been really focusing on building background with the science of reading and how people learn to read. Next slide. So with all that being said, here are some specific steps that we have taken towards, in Ross Valley, towards alignment with the science of reading research. One thing I want to point out is that we have always had a skills-based, structured skills-based approach for phonics through our Foundations program. And in the recent years, we have amped up our professional development around the usage of Foundations for our skills. We've also increased an emphasis on phonemic awareness. We have the program called Haggerty. As I said before, we've retrained teachers on our phonics program Foundations. We've transitioned to using decodable books in the primary grades as opposed to leveled readers. And we've also begun to implement common assessments that are better targeted to instruction to individual students' needs. And the examples are ESGI in the primary grades, Dibble's reading screener in kindergarten through second grade, and iReady K through 5. So this is a little timeline about where we've been, right? So in the spring of 2023, we gathered a working group that consisted of teachers, classroom teachers, special ed teachers, interventionists, and administrators. And this working group worked to establish our core beliefs. These became our guiding principles for ELA instruction. And they also gave us our lens for every step that we've taken along the way since. So from there, in the spring of 2024, we engaged in a curriculum review. We actually reviewed 6 curricula with our pilot team. And from that 6, we whittled it down to 4 that we were interested in really looking into and hearing from the reps from those companies. And from those 4, we selected 2 programs to pilot this school year. In the fall, our pilot teachers, some of who are here in this room, our pilot teachers piloted the Benchmark Advanced program. And this involved training, watching demo lessons of the program. We conducted classroom observations and completed at the end of our pilot a thorough evaluation and review that connects back to our core beliefs. In the spring, we are going to pilot EL education. We'll follow a very similar process where we will have our training. It's coming up in the next coming weeks. We will be, actually the difference here is that we are going to be piloting alongside Larkspur Corte Madera, who has selected EL also for their pilot. And so we're kind of harnessing the power of the two school districts to pilot this program. And we will conduct a curriculum review at the end of this pilot in the spring, end of April, early May. Just as we did before, using the same lens that we used to review the benchmark advance curriculum. Next slide. Who has this remote? Thank you. You're the best. Just like shouting into the. Okay. So a little overview about the benchmark advance curriculum. What our pilot team determined as the standouts when we reviewed and decided ultimately to select it to pilot. Is that it is science of reading aligned. It's based in current research on how children learn to read. It emphasizes critical components like phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, and vocabulary development. It is a content-rich curriculum. It allows the units build upon each other in order to build knowledge that spans across various subjects. There's also vertical alignment from kindergarten up to 5th grade. Well, actually beyond, because the curriculum goes beyond 5th grade, but we only are implementing it through 5th grade. And so there's vertical alignment of concepts and skills that are progressively taught across grade levels, ensuring that students build upon prior knowledge. It's also a multi-sensory approach. There is embedded differentiation support, and the assessment is data-driven and drives instruction. So after our pilot team reviewed the Benchmark Advanced program, I just wanted to kind of point out some key takeaways. It was actually a quite lengthy evaluation, but I didn't want to go over every single detail. So here's some key points from our pilot team about the strengths and weaknesses of the program. So some strengths was the text-centered reading, that the knowledge builds upon itself across grades. And then also the response to text was very strong in supporting students and teaching students how to respond to text. Some weaknesses on the program were the writing instruction. Our teachers found lacking in scaffolding. They really needed to supplement it quite a bit in order for students to feel successful. And there was also a lack in teaching of craft of writing, as well as choice of topics. And then overall, teacher usability was marked low for this program. Next slide. So next up is EL education. We're gonna start our launch training in a couple weeks, and then teachers are going to officially start teaching it in the classroom the week after midwinter break. So some standouts of the program, as far as we see so far, is the content-rich texts. EL education uses authentic trade books as their mentor texts, so that was a standout for us. And they are real-world texts across various subjects like social studies, science, and they build substantial knowledge and engage students. It is also science of reading based. I don't think you're going to see any curriculum these days that doesn't say it's science of reading based, right? It has a focus on collaborative learning, giving students opportunities to collaborate with each other, engage in discussions, and engage in group projects. Thank you. Jorge to the rescue, always. There are performance tasks tied to every unit of study, that the students work towards. There's character development embedded. As a matter of fact, some schools, Manor School implemented the EL education character development portion. So some schools actually just use it just for the character development. There's differentiation embedded and a strong focus on family engagement, connecting what is being learned in the classroom to home. I kind of liked saying next slide, honestly. That was so how does coaching fit in with all of this work? So as a coach, much like any of us in our professions, right? I wear many hats. One is supporting of the ELA pilot and facilitating pilot meetings, and as well as assisting teachers with the implementation and the planning of how to implement the program. I also am quite involved in assessment support. As you saw, we are implementing new assessment systems such as iReady and DIBBLES, and I have a heavy hand in supporting with those, both in administration, but also in guidance and analyzing the data to inform instruction. Also, probably the most gratifying part of my job is the facilitation of our MTSS and ELD team. Since I started in this role, Julia and I have worked to create a group of interventionists who are also ELD teachers at each site, and create a group where we collaborate to focus on, to lead intervention and support processes across the sites that are consistent across sites. We meet monthly and collaborate on strategies to address diverse student needs. And then also partnering with teachers. Oh yeah, I'm also an instructional coach. So engaging with teachers, also differentiating based on what teachers need. It may look like co-planning lessons with teachers, modeling structured literacy strategies, and delivering targeted professional development, among other things. So now I'm going to pass it off to Julia, who is going to talk a little bit more about another next step. I talked about our pilot next steps, but there's also some next steps involving reading screener implementation.
Thank you, Melina. And just before I talk about the reading screener, just need to say, I don't know where we would be in Ross Valley without Melina. Like, her work, I think you can tell, she is such an extraordinary expert and works so closely with teachers, and really is kind of like the glue that is holding a lot of things together. Definitely many, many hats, and really having an impact. Really incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah. So just the reading screener, Ross Valley is ahead of the game. Next year is the first year that all districts in California need to have a reading screener in place. It's really a reading difficulty screener in place for grades K through 2. We're in I guess it's our first year of K2. We started piloting last year, but now we're in a full pilot of M-Class, which is a collaboration with Amplify and DIBBLES 8. And maybe 16 different screeners were brought to the state, all wanting to be approved, and only 4 were approved, and one of those is the one that we're currently using. The only other one we're really considering is the one there at the bottom, Multitudes. We actually had Eric was super involved in some piloting with a couple of our sites of Multitudes. One of the big differences between the two screeners is that Multitudes is free. And so that's one reason to consider it. It's also, it takes about 15-ish minutes per kid, whereas the Amplify M-Class is more like 7-ish minutes. Mm-hmm. So that's a little bit of a drawback. And the M-Class screener is something that we administer 3 times a year, which we like because we're seeing the progress that students are making. And Multitudes is, at least for right now, a once a year. But we will this year be adopting a reading screener. There's a kind of open house at MCOE coming up in March, where we're going to have a team, Melina included, and some of our intervention teachers taking a little bit of a deeper look and making some decisions around there. There are some new requirements. We will in future need to notify parents that we will be screening kids. And then within, I think it's 45 days, we need to provide parents with the assessment results. So I'm just kind of super proud that we're ahead of the game, and that's due to our amazing teachers, our intervention teachers who were like really on top of it, and with Melina's support. So, yeah. That's a lot of information about reading instruction. I mean, it's been a big shift for a lot of districts and a heavy lift for a lot of districts, and I'm really, really proud of where we are right now in our district with this. We're actually, as I have these meetings, with all the folk that do my job in the county, we're kind of ahead of the game, and we have amazing teachers who are piloting and really helping us figure this out.
A couple things I want to pinpoint. First of all, I want to thank Julia for her leadership with this. I think this is one of the strength areas of the district is our teaching and learning. And this is probably the most important thing in our district is the teaching and learning. So big kudos to you and your leadership. Also want to note that Melina is a prime example of the quality of the teachers that we have across the district. So when we're talking about things like a parcel tax and other issues, Melina Ohlenberger is a representation of the quality of the teachers that we have across the district, and I thank you for your leadership with our teachers. And then the other thing I want to talk about is a lot of this work that you're seeing, this transition, is a way to better support dyslexic students. So I know in some of our special education conversations that we've had, dyslexia is a topic of conversation and a topic of need for better support for our students, and the more structured reading program, the universal screeners, the professional development, the work that our teachers are doing is all kind of targeted at making sure students who do struggle with reading have a little bit more structure around how they're taught, and that we identify as a system when students are struggling so we can get them additional support.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is dyslexia increasing across this age group? Like, are we just more aware of it now, and so we're trying to combat it sooner?
Yeah, I don't think it's increasing. I think it's a greater awareness, and that's that's why the state is really adamant about having these screeners, and because you can really remediate early on and move kids forward.
And then how does iReady play in, or is iReady just another?
So iReady is a diagnostic assessment tool. It gives a different kind of information. It actually goes deeper than MClass does in a lot of ways, but it gives you just different information. It's more comprehensive in terms of reading and math. It's for math as well.
I noticed the parents can opt out. Is that something that is always going to be an option once this mandate is rolled out, or?
It's likely. Parents can opt out of CAS.
Yeah.
They can opt out of the physical fitness assessment.
Okay. And another question on the benchmark advance, the weaknesses that were noted, is there any way to help navigate those weaknesses and what you've done to sort of address those so that this becomes a really great thing for everybody?
Right. And it should be noted that there's no perfect curriculum out there, right? So certainly any program that we adopt, there may be areas, so for example, Benchmark Advance may have an area, so we may need to look into if Benchmark was the program that we decided to adopt, how would we supplement writing? Right?
Okay. Yeah.
And so that would be a big question.
So you would look to probably supplement those areas where it would, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Once you guys have trialed both of them, I guess, what's the process for choosing? Like, how is that going to come about?
So after the pilot of Benchmark, Melina took the team through a really comprehensive and in-depth process where using criteria that comes from the state and that comes from the Reading League and that comes from our own criteria for a reading program, we did a whole analysis. We actually have quantitative data around that, and then we'll go through the same process with EL education. And at that point, we'll start talking about, the relative merits of each program. And at the end of this year, we may decide to move forward with one of those programs, or we may decide that we want to continue piloting. We're very much we don't want to move forward with a program until we know that it's the right program for us. And so we are going to take our time because it's super important. You tend to stay with one of these programs for, a decade or so. And we want to make sure we get it right.
Formally, the committee would make a recommendation to the board, and the board would vote at the end of the year to adopt or reject the recommendation of the committee.
So you had initially selected 4 of these to look at closer. So would you, if you weren't satisfied with both of these at the end of all your assessments, would you go to another one to try those, or were these the two?
Most likely. And what's happening at the same time is that districts all over the state, but particularly our local Marin colleagues, are also piloting, and so we're learning about what's working, what's not working. Hey, maybe this program is worth a try. I will say no one is landing yet on a program and saying it ticks all the boxes. It's really not going to happen, and so a lot of it is knowing who we are as a district and where our strengths lie and what we need. We've got really talented teachers, and so it's figuring out. That's why you want that kind of district lens that we co-developed. Here's how we find the program that we need. It's a lot of work. Our pilot team is amazing, and learning a brand new program on top of everything else that they're doing, and I'm doing that twice in 1 year, is a huge and heavy lift. So big thank you to them. I'm open for review.
Do we have any more questions? If not, I was going to go to public comment on this topic. No questions. All right. Do we have any public comment on this item? All right, seeing no public comment, do we have any further discussion from the board here?
Great.
Yeah, I love these presentations. Yeah.
Thank you for your hard work, and the teachers too, because I know that's not easy. So thank you. All right, moving on. The next item we have is recommended approval of the annual audit report for the 2023-24 school year.
And I'm going to invite up Stephen Roach, who is the CPA, and that's Stephen Roach. It's actually his firm. And so Mr. Roach is going to talk about the audit report this evening.
Good evening. I'm going to go through it rather quickly, but I'll be happy to stick around as long as you like to talk about the audit report tonight. Page 1 of the audit report is the independent auditor's opinion on the financial statements. And just as you had in the prior year, you had an unmodified opinion on the primary government, which is the Ross Valley School District, and an adverse opinion on the component unit, which deals with the fact that we do not disclose information regarding your foundation. Basically, a lot of your districts in the county have the same exact opinion because they don't present their foundations in the reports as well. Has no significant impact on anything as far as bond ratings or anything like that, so it's nothing to worry about. I'm going to skip over all of the financial information, and the reason why I'm going to do that is that there were no significant audit adjustments that were made to any of your books, so it's basically the same information that you approved back in September as part of your unaudited actuals. If you go back to page 73, just point out a few items. And that's in the actual hard copy. I don't know if that corresponds to your PDF copy of this on your computer or not, but page 73 is the schedule of financial trends and analysis. And this shows combined financial information of the cafeteria fund, deferred maintenance fund, and general fund, which are combined for financial reporting purposes in accordance with GASB Statement 54. So this shows it for the financial information for the past 3 fiscal years as well as the 24-25 budget. Just a few items I'm going to point out. If you go down 5 rows from the top, you'll see that the change in fund balance in the 2 previous years, you had increases or operating surpluses in excess of $2 million in each of those years. And this past year, there was a operating deficit of $631,000. And a lot of that's dealing with the fact that in the previous couple of years, you've had a significant amount of money from the federal programs that came about with COVID. At this point, most of that money is going away, so you're not going to have that big buffer of money that you can charge to federal programs. Next year, it looks like there's a decrease also, and I fully expect that to be the case because now you don't have those funds. One thing you'll want to do going forward is you want to be very conservative on your budgeting because you do have kind of a different scenario going on. I also have some concerns. I'm not sure how things will be affected. You guys are basic aid currently, but you guys kind of go in and out of basic aid. And with all the fires and everything else going on down in the state, that's going to reduce a lot of the LCFF funding that's taken care of by property taxes in certain areas. So that difference is going to be made up with state contributions, and the state's already not in the best fiscal shape as well. So I would just recommend that you're very, very conservative in your budgeting, at least for the next year or two, until we kind of see where things pan out. If you go down the center of the page, you'll see total long-term liabilities for the 23-24 year. The district ended with $62.8 million. Of that amount, that consists of about $41 million of general obligation bond debt, which is basically financed by the property taxpayers within the district. And the other portion is predominantly $20 million of net pension liability. And that debt is serviced by the Sturgeon Purse contributions on an annual basis. It's not something that you can pay down in advance. It's just going to be your ongoing contributions. So overall, you don't really have a substantial amount of debt at all in the general fund, and that's very good for a district, especially with the budget being affected by all the different things going on currently. Next, I'm going to jump all the way back to page 92. This is the findings and question cost section. And basically, a number of districts, especially in Marin County, did not actually implement this program during the past fiscal year. So if you did not implement it, we had to include a finding in there as a means of triggering the take back of those funds back to the state. This year, you guys do have the program operating, so this should go away. There's not anything specific other than the fact that you did not operate the program is why you have a finding in this report. Last year, there was one comment that we had, and it was fully implemented. So overall, that's what you want to see. If we bring something to your attention, you want to see that it's being implemented. That's all we can really hope for. So other than that, I'd say it's a positive report, but you do need to really look at the budget going forward and just be very conservative in all your budgeting and your financial decisions until we kind of see what's going on. Any questions about anything in particular?
I just had, when I read this, I had a quick question. The non-compliance material to financial statements noted is marked yes.
Yes, and that deals with this finding here. Because you have an amount of $268,000 that's going back to the state, we have to identify that in that because it's material to the financial statements.
I see.
So that's the only reason why that's in there.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
That was my only question from reviewing it.
Can you give me just say again, thank you to Stephen for all of his hard work on this, because putting together these audit reports and working with districts, it can be challenging, especially with smaller districts, and so thank you.
I appreciate it.
I would say that the audit once again went very smooth. Everyone in the staff was very helpful, and just as they have been in prior years.
Can you give me just a quick, like when you say budget conservatively, can you talk me through what that might mean?
Well, I wouldn't include anything in the budget as far as being too optimistic about growing ADA. It sounds like you guys have some declining. So that's one of the key things for a district is if you budget too high on your ADA, let's say, you might budget an additional teacher in anticipation that you're going to have that. And if you don't actually get that teacher, then you know that's money that's going out and you're not getting funding. Currently, you guys are basic age, you're going to get the same amount regardless. So you just want to be careful on that. Everything you do, you just need to look at it. I mean, before obligating yourself to something that's going to be a long-term debt item that you have to make annual payments each year going forward, you know, you shouldn't be doing it optimistically, hoping that there's going to be a large influx of ADA or something coming down the road. So that's all I'm saying.
Great, appreciate that.
Any other questions? Do we have any public comment on this agenda item? All right. So if you would like to come up and take a seat here, and then let us know your name and affiliation so people listening know who's talking.
Sure.
And then you have 3 minutes. You'll get a warning when you have 30 seconds left.
Oh, perfect.
Chris, can you
I don't
keep
take that long.
And just so everybody understands, public comment, you're allowed to speak to us, but you're not allowed to interact or respond. So, yeah.
Kevin Curtis from San Anselmo, and thank you all of you for working so hard on this, and thank you to Stephen Roach for all many years of service. Well, and it sounds like you just gave an additional positive certification to the budget, school budget, which also seems to have had a certification as a positive from the Marin County Board of Education, if I understood, Rachel has received from the county. And so what I would imagine that means is that the certified budget means that this year, as well as the next 2 years, are comfortable with the ideas of which we are spending going forward. So that would mean, in my mind, that a parcel tax would then have some additional considerations, as I've mentioned online, if you follow next door, in the realm which follows. And of course, this is a problem with local government versus educational government, where there really are a lot of state separations. You don't really have too many ways in which you can work together. However, you should be able to understand which the either or other is doing in town in San Antonio as well as Fairfax. You have currently 990 in San Antonio and 490 or so in Fairfax housing units coming in. Those housing units, each one of them would participate in the parcel tax, as well as any new students as part of those families moving into those housing units. So I would ask that when you are considering, that may have missed this portion of the meeting of the parcel tax information, but I would ask that you consider a calculation in your decisions for the parcel tax that include the new housing that may be coming into the area and into the district borders. If you have currently a fiscal year positive general fund balance, as Stephen Roach has recommended, and then also perhaps even with the teachers requiring an up to 1 million perhaps salary raise this year, next year, they out of the budget, then it sounds like you have that already in the unrestricted funds. Thank you.
Give 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
And I would just ask that you calculate that into your discussions when you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, right now we're talking about the audit findings. So if your comment is about audit findings, feel free to make your public comments now. If your comments are regarding the parcel tax, that's coming up in a couple items. So feel free to take a stand if you'd like.
Hi, good evening. Todd Greenberg here from Fairfax. Nice to be with all of you. I appreciate how well done the meeting minutes are in comparison to Fairfax. It's easy to follow along to what was said and what was done. Oh, thank you. That being said, I also appreciate a more detailed audit report than we get in Fairfax. And I just want to ask, this may be out of the realm of what his engagement is, but are you able, or has anyone here considered having Mr. Roach, if I've got his name correct, interact with Chris Carson, your chief business official, to look at ways to optimize, not present to you what the scenarios are, not just in a group of numbers, but graphically for, hey, this is the range of where we could be, so that you could easily, along the lines of data presentation, Edmund Tufte is the guru at this, so you could easily see, not just in a bunch of numbers, where your decisions would lead and have some probability factor rather than just receiving a report. We receive the report, and some people are better at numbers than others. Some people are more visual. I don't know if he's able to interact or if Chris does that on his own, but that's my suggestion related to this. I think might pull out a little bit more value from the knowledge that he likely has from interacting with so many different jurisdictions that might be helpful here. Thank you.
I would say one thing about that is we deal typically historically based on the items of the past that have already transpired. If you are interested in something like that, there's probably different organizations that would be better suited as far as going budget projections. There's a lot of consultants throughout California. School services are different type of people, depending what you're looking at. There are different people that would be more in tune with budgeting, given forecasting, different things like that than I could be.
All right. Do we have any additional public comments?
Hey, PJ Pfeffer, Manor Parent. Like the audit report as well put together. Gone through many years of them, so it's not surprising to get the advice of budget conservatively, which is a consistent theme and not surprising from accountants. I'm a lawyer. I also tell everybody to be risk averse, but just want to give the perspective that this is the same advice, understandably given to the school district during the years where it was accumulating a large reserve and consistently having budget surpluses. And I know Chris is presenting on the governor's January budget update, but the budget for, based on my review, in that report was we should be cautiously optimistic specifically for K-12 education funding, improving. So just don't, I would also be curious if Mr. Roach thinks that the budgeting process has been consistently conservative in a way that he would recommend, given that we are having good reports, and this isn't necessarily a cause to budget more conservatively as opposed to more aggressively or optimistically.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Do we have any other comments up here or items to mention about this topic?
I think the public comments are, very interesting. We can always wrap our heads around how to look at things differently and open our minds about how to capture the full picture, right?
And how to present it.
How to present it. Always looking for ways to better ourselves, right? I just want to put that out there. I'm a former E&Y person, and to have an audit that is so easily readable is a feat. So I commend you on that. I appreciate it. When I opened it up, I had that dread that came back over me, and I started to read it and thought, wow, well, this is pretty straightforward. So thank you.
I'm pretty simplistic, so I think.
I love it.
It was not easy for me to read, just for the record. This is foreign, so thank you for.
Well, my day job is working for auditors, so I'm really familiar with seeing audit reports. I don't usually see school district ones. We do other government agencies, but I appreciate how easy and straightforward it is. It's very familiar, but I do appreciate and the information about the parts where like the ELP funding and how that has to be returned. So that I appreciated having that extra background for that. So thank you for that as well. And then thank you to Chris and all the staff who helped with the audit, because I know that that's also a big lift to get all that information together every year.
Absolutely.
Other than that, I have nothing further on this one. Does anybody else want to say anything? If not, I will move to the next item.
Do we have to vote on this?
Sorry. Yeah, I skipped that part. Sorry. So it's recommended that the board review and approve the annual district audit report for the 2023-24 school year. Do I have a motion on this item?
I will make a motion to recommend the approval of the annual audit report for the 23-24 school year.
Okay, so you're moving to approve it then. Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Great. Motion and a second, Chris?
Aye.
Daniel?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
And Rachel, aye. Thank you for that. And thank you for noticing that I missed that part. That's all right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Stephen.
All right. We have Yeah, so just, I wanted to do a quick reminder, we have comment cards in the hall if you want to make public comment. It's easiest if you get those ahead in time so we can get them submitted to Teresa, so we have a flow going. It'd be a lot smoother and faster.
Yellow if it's about the public hearing parcel tax, and blue if it's anything else.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Great.
Turn up the
Yeah, excuse me, can you repeat that? I really couldn't hear. You said down the hall?
Yeah, right out in the hall.
Yellow if you want to make a public comment during the public hearing section on the parcel tax, and blue if it's anything else.
Thank you.
No, okay. Our next item is the governor's proposed 2025-26 budget update.
So thank you for the opportunity to discuss the governor's January budget proposal. And as part of the as part of the state budget, the governor is obligated to provide a proposed budget for the coming fiscal year in January, and he would do that again in May. And then there would be a budget adoption by the state in June. And so this is the very first budget proposal that he is provided. And so what we'll be doing tonight is just going through the overall state and federal budget very quickly, very high level overview, and then LCFF revenues and programs that are coming in, and just kind of what our next steps are. So when looking at the governor's budget, he released the budget at one of the most difficult times in the state, and that has to do with all of the fires in Southern California. And what has happened is that they have also delayed the implementation, or delayed the requirement for the filing of taxes by April 15th, which is what they did several years ago. And that then created a fiscal crisis at the state level last year. And so we're kind of entering that type of phase again. And so this is one of those difficult times that we have to deal with another natural disaster. When looking at the state budget, the other thing that's of note that's really important is that when looking at the current year LCFF revenues, they've actually under appropriated the current year LCFF revenues. And under Proposition 98, they're supposed to provide the full amount. And so that they are providing some of those dollars. So that's just something to keep an eye on as we move forward. And then as we look, the governor is really looking to provide lots of dollars under Proposition 98 for other high quality education programs. And so we'll get into that as we move forward. As we look at the California situation and also at the federal level, what we're seeing is that the housing market has slowed down a lot in many areas. In Marin County, it may not be quite as bad as other areas, but we have the risks related to the Federal Reserve, and I believe that the Federal Reserve did not drop those rates again today. So that does impact us. And so that helps lead to further economic uncertainty. What is good in looking at the governor's budget proposal is he is projecting his budget surplus of $17 billion. And so that is currently before anything happens at the federal level. And that allows him to be able to put dollars back into that rainy day fund for education. And that rainy day fund for education was set up many years ago and slowly built up. And last year, we really felt the impact of it, because what it did is it allowed the state to not make as drastic a cuts in education as they would have needed. So that's really important. And so those are just some things to really keep an eye on. And of course, we also have some issues with the tariffs that could potentially negatively impact California, and obviously the immigration policy. When looking at our LCFF and all of our programs, our LCFF dollars, those are the dollars that we receive for our attendance and for the students coming to school every day. In the current year, we are going to be paid based upon our property taxes, but next year we'll flip right back into LCFF. So everything we're talking about is really critical and will impact our revenues. And what is of note, if you look towards the left, you'll see the LCFF base grant. We're seeing a 2.43% increase in the estimated COLA. That is a drop from our first interim when we were looking at a 2.93% COLA. So there's roughly a 0.5% drop. And the other thing that is critical is that this is an increase in per student funding and not in total revenues. So because we're flipping from community funded to state aid, we do expect a drop in our total LCFF revenues again. So we won't feel a 2.43% increase, but we will see it in our per student funding. So I just want to point that out. Another really important thing that is being implemented fully next year is the universal transitional kindergarten. So what that means is that it will be a completely full grade level, just as every other grade in education. And so with that comes some additional requirements for teacher credentialing and also some class size ratios for adults to students. And what that means is that we can have an average class size of 24:1, but we can only have an average adult to student ratio of 10:1. So really that's pushing your student to teacher ratio down to 20:1 likely, because what you would do is have an instructional aide in the classroom at that time. There is some question whether it will be fully funded. I was looking at the LCFF calculator that was just put out by FigMat, and they did not put in the additional dollars for funding the full implementation of TK. And so that's one of those things that we just really need to keep an eye on, because it's been, although they've put it in as a proposal, we're not certain that it will be fully funded. There is a new, this is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. We currently have that, and it was scheduled to be fully spent out at the end of this year. But they're also projecting to put in some additional dollars. So these are one-time dollars that would come in for pretty much any type of expense that you would need for learning recovery to help instructional needs as a result of the COVID shutdown. I don't know what those dollars are at this particular point. There will be a trailer bill coming out in February, and we'll start to understand the dollar amount. Another thing that's coming out is a student support and professional development discretionary block grant. And this is something that I know that I think Tyler and Julia are excited about because it will provide some additional dollars that we can use for supports for our teachers. And it's $1.8 billion. I'm not sure what it means. All of these are proposals. We don't know what they mean to the district just yet. Those will come out in the coming days. Another thing is, again, kind of going back to one of those earlier slides, the governor is really trying to invest in literacy. So he's also providing dollars for TK literacy and mathematics coaches. And so those are, again, some things that I think Tyler and Julia are excited about. And so with that, I thought I had one additional slide. There is an additional block grant that is being proposed. And that is also something that we don't know what the total dollar amount is. And it's supposed to be something similar to the instructional materials and art and music block grant that we received several years ago. So that will be exciting to hear what those dollars look like as they come out. And in terms of our next steps, what we'll be doing is at our next board meeting, at our meeting in March, not our next one, we will be presenting our second interim budget, and we'll be starting to implement some of these changes that we just talked about. For example, like the 2.43% COLA will roll in, and if we have information on some of those other programs, we'll start to roll them into our adopted, or our second year of our multi-year projections. And so we'll deal with that. And then in May, the governor will be releasing his May revise, and that generally comes out in mid-May. And then The only problem with mid-May is that we have our adopted budget hearing on June 4th. So there's not a whole lot of time between that mid-May date and June 4th. So what we'll be doing is just making any changes that are considered to be material within our budget. And then again, our board would adopt the budget on June 25th. And hopefully by June 30th or July 1st, we would have a state adopted budget. So that's really the next steps in terms of the state budget. But overall, it's good. It's a good state budget. It's optimistic, but there's a lot of caution there because of the unknowns related to the fires and the federal government. So those are things to just kind of wait and see. And so with that, I will send it back to you for questions you might have.
I hate to sound like Eeyore up here, but the impact of the fires is dramatic, to say the least. And the questioning around California being able to get the funding from the federal government that it needs to at least put a dent in some of the recovery efforts that they want to do is questionable, right? And then you top that with the freeze that has currently been held up in federal court, but it's going to be fought, and that freeze will eventually affect school children. So I'm trying to wrap my head around where's the optimism. I'm just so conservative when it comes to living daily what I'm getting in my own job and seeing what can happen and what actually is going to happen. And I just want to make sure that we're prepared for that. And I just want to get your take, you know, as someone who really gets into these numbers year after year. Do you think this is a game changer, this new administration, for our governor?
I think, for example, related to the fires are going to have a tremendous impact upon California's overall state budget. LA County is the single largest county in terms of population in the entire country, and they lost tens of thousands of homes.
Yep. So,
and you heard it tonight from our auditor, be conservative budgeting, and you're also seeing it again when I was looking at the FIGMAT calculator this afternoon, where I didn't see the additional TK dollars.
Exactly.
So you're seeing that level of conservatism, and I think it has to be there because there are many risks to the state budget, and the governor, when he presented it to the publicly, he talked about that $17 billion net excess that they have, but also cautioned because of the federal government. And I think we need to take that seriously.
Okay, that's good to hear from your perspective. Thank you.
The tax extension deadline that they've done because of the fires, that's specific to those counties, correct?
Yes, it's specific to those areas.
But it affects the overall state budget.
Yes.
Does it affect our funding from the state, or?
It can, because, for example, 2 years ago, Northern California had the same issue where we had lots of rain and flooding, and so they delayed Northern California, including the Bay Area and Marin County. So we could have delayed our tax returns, and many people and companies did. What happened is the state went into the next year budget, the 23-24 budget year, assuming certain things because they didn't have the final numbers. And what ended up happening is the tax revenues came in less than their assumptions. And that's when they had to make mid-year cuts. And that's where that rainy day fund really helped school districts. And so I anticipate that type of thing potentially being there again. I hope and pray that the state is more conservative this time, because LA County again is it is the economic engine of the state, really, other than the Bay Area. And so it can have a tremendous impact upon our state resources and state revenues.
Do we have any more questions for Chris? All right, so I will go out to public comment on this agenda item. Do we have any public comment on this specific one? Teresa, do you have any cards for this item? Okay, so no public comment on this one? You go ahead.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, just please state your name again, just so people
Sure.
listening can hear it. Thank you.
Kevin Curtis, San Anselmo.
Is it on?
Yes, I think you just
Turn
Turn
it
it was on? Great. It's always tough when the budget's decision-making timelines are not aligned with the state. I completely understand if you're in a 25th of June and they're in a May release and you're trying to decide in January what to do.
Turn up the volume a little bit.
There's no amplified sound in here.
Oh yeah, sorry.
There's no amplified sound.
I'll speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Thanks.
We do have speakers.
The problem is that the solution is that we don't really know, as Chris had certainly mentioned, but the history may tell us that Gavin Newsom has not diminished anything that he sent out in January by his May release. And that's good news. That's particularly for the question that you posed, Chris, which is a very valid question, which is what may happen between now and then. So the rainy day fund certainly, as Chris had mentioned, supplementing in the past, but the current release, the pre-release of the budget has looked very good, and it looks like full funding for TK up through 8th grade, which is very good for Ross Valley School District, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Any additional public comment? All right. Let's see. This was just discussing information in a report, so I will move on. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
And the next item is the recommended acceptance of the prioritized budget cuts list from the Budget Advisory Committee and District Administration.
And that is going to be me as well. And so when we were looking at potential budget reductions, one of the things that we implemented was a budget advisory committee. And so what we'll be talking about this evening is about the budget advisory committee, the process that we took this year and what we looked at, and also what the cuts in priority order were. And so what I'd like to do is, if you are a member of the budget committee and we have the list of parents, trustees, district staff partners, whether you were certificated, classified, or administration, if you're in the room, would you mind standing up?
Stand up.
I think it's really important, and one, that we recognize them, but two, understand the heavy lift that they were looking at in dealing with. And so I want to say truly thank you to each and every one of them. I know we've said it several times, but we can't say it enough. And so again, thank you to each and every one of them. And what we did is we involved the entire community. We looked at parents. We tried to ensure, and I'll go back one slide. We tried to ensure that we had parents at every single school site represented. We tried to make sure we had trustees represented. And when talking about our district partners, you see that we have our Ross Valley Teachers Association and our California School Employees Association. And we also had one unrepresented staff member, Teresa, that was present, along with our administrators. And so that all of the work that they did was really critical to the process. And so what we did, last year we took a look at expenses solely. This year we started looking at revenues. And there was kind of this epiphany moment when looking at revenues. I've long talked about districts and and where they're at in terms of on a per student funding level. And Tyler came in, fresh set of eyes, learning it, listening to me and learning it on his own as well, came up with this graph. And I think it does justice to where we are in terms of the districts in the county. And it's not every district, mind you, but what it does show is that there's this distinct line between basic aid or community funded districts and LCFF districts. And so districts that have high unduplicated pupil counts are going to be higher on that LCFF side. And districts that have high property taxes are going to be high on the other side. And then you have 4 districts that are kind of going back and forth. And we happen to be one of those districts now. We had never been a community funded district until the current year. And so that's important to note. And when talking to the Budget Advisory Committee, what they were able to determine is that it's kind of a revenue, not kind of, it is really a revenue issue. But with that, we still needed to look at expenses. And so what we did is we took a look at where is it that we can cut. And so we set a target for cutting of $500,000. And then what we started doing is providing a list to the committee for them to actually take a look at. And that list was put together by the administration, all of the administrators, including the principals. Then we provided it to the Budget Advisory Committee and asked them, is there anything that you can think of related to this in addition? And then we had what you would call table talks over the course of the 2 days. And the second one we really got into where we had a site administrator, we made sure that we had certificated and classified staff and parents represented at every single table, so that as they're talking, they're hearing how these cuts would impact the school sites, because that's really important in making your decision, at least how you think that it, what you would support more than others. And then finally what we did is we provide the last day what we call a dot exercise. And what that did is allowed the members of the committee to provide up to 3 different dots on the ones. It's kind of a bad thing. You're selecting the ones that you think would be, you could cut more than the others. And so really that's what we were asking them to do, is just give us their priority listing. And so with that, we did get a priority listing. The one thing that is important to note that before we go on to the list and showing the dots, is that when the administration got the votes, we took a look at everything and we realized that some of the bulk of the cuts were going to be in one school site. So we took a look and had conversations with that site. And so we did reprioritize just ever so slightly, and you'll see that in our list. And so as we go through, everything that's in green are things that we think that we could do within the first year potentially. And so those are your highest priorities. And what you'll note is that, for example, guest support teachers receive 32 dots. And even though we show PE teachers elementary, it was really PE specialists. They received 12 dots.
And the reason that one is just the PE specialist is because that's a negotiated topic with RVTA, so we couldn't make that cut without going to the table to discuss it with RVTA.
And in terms of tech platforms, we didn't ask them to vote on that one because we were going to make those cuts already. And we have Guiding Coalition up there with 10 dots and White Hill schedule reductions at 3 dots. And this is kind of where we reprioritized just a little bit so that we could get up to the number. You'll see the 7 period day had 18 dots. And we thought that would have more of an impact on children in talking with the principals at the site. And so they thought that they could do schedule reductions. So it was that give and take. And so as we move into the red, those are kind of the next line of cuts that we would potentially make if we have to make additional cuts. And you see things on there like reductions in the amount of D-Light stipends, the 5th grade instrumental music potentially up there with 4 dots. Counseling services received only 3, food and meetings 2. And then we get into the ones that didn't receive too much or any votes at all. And so you'll see those moving forward. And so just in the interest of transparency, that was the way the dot exercise came out. We wanted to make sure that the input from the entire community was heard as we were presenting it this evening. And so as we go forward, in terms of our proposed 25-26 cuts, without a parcel tax, we will likely have to make the cuts that are in that green section. And so they would impact our 25-26 fiscal year. And so that's really important to note. And as we move forward into 26-27, we would start looking at those others. And you see those cuts there. And a lot of it has to do with during the COVID period, we had the 275 student drop in enrollment and the impact on attendance. And what really masked that drop, we would have felt it the second year under normal circumstances, but the state went and did the 3-year averaging. And so that really masked that drop of 275 children. But we are at that point now where we're going to be impacted by those dollars and that drop in student attendance. And so as we move forward, there are needs to impact directly programs if we're not able to get additional dollars. So.
And one thing I want to note on this is really to address the structural deficit. This is not including any raises to CSEA, RVTA, or administrators. So the working assumption in the budget and the working assumption with these cuts is 0%.
And so really what we're asking you tonight is just to accept the plan. It doesn't mean that you're accepting the cuts at this point. All of the cuts that we would be making, we would be bringing back to you if we're impacting people, that type of thing. And so it's not accepting the actual cuts at this time. And so we'll continue with our budget process. And again, the hope is that we're able to, that the state budget is where they say, and that we continue to receive increases both in our property taxes as well as our COLAs.
With that said, we are having a reduction in our overall revenue for next year is the projection, not an increase. Even with the 2.4% COLA, there's going to be less revenue next year than there is this year.
And it's approximately $400,000.
So quick question on this list that we're looking at today and that we're cuts potentially accepting. So if we accept this now, you don't necessarily have to make these now, but does this give you authorization to make them as needed in the future, or how does this work just technically, I guess?
So what we would do is if we have to actually lay people off, there'll be agenda items where we would have to actually physically do that. We would be able to make some of these cuts right now. For example, we're already in the process of eliminating dollars in our budget related to the tech programs. And so those are the types of things that, we would just do on the natural anyway. So anything we can do without having to come to the board, we would actually do. And then the items that we would formally need recognition from the board, we would bring back.
Like the 7-period day in the 26-27 school year would be one that we would need to bring back as personnel reductions.
Okay. Yeah, because I want people to be able to weigh in on these things before, and that's a big one for me. That's a really big one, especially like the music program in 5th grade.
Can you go back a couple slides?
Those are really important.
No, the other way, sorry. One more.
It's still this one, right?
No, the one that's the two dates, one more, there you are. So this is kind of our plan of action. Reducing class sections could be a natural attrition if someone retires, goes to another district. We may not have to bring a personnel action to the board on that one. Guest support teachers are essentially substitute teachers. We can make that decision without bringing any additional authorization to the board. Where we start having a need for additional authorization from the board is in that 26-27 school year, where we're talking about laying teachers off who are elective teachers, laying counselors off, laying PE teachers off. Potentially that one, there should be an asterisk next to, because we would need to negotiate that with the union. And then 5th grade instrumental music. So the $500,000 in the potential in the 25-26 is really kind of the easier ones to do. And the 26-27 would be more significant, and we'd bring personnel actions to the board to vote on from there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good question.
All right, do we have any other questions up here for Chris or Tyler? No? Okay. I will open it up for public comment on this specific agenda item only, which is the list of the budget cuts. So if you would like to make a public comment, you can come up. You have cards.
Yeah, we didn't give a.
Okay, that's just state your name so people listening can hear.
I hope as my name called, really couldn't hear. I was curious in looking at the cuts, if there could be a comparison to the administrative staff as opposed to our teachers. Because I always see the teachers that are paid the least to be the first ones cut. And looking through the budget, which I'll bring up later, if the teachers are receiving approximately $10 million in your proposed budget, and the administrative staff is receiving approximately $5 million in your proposed budget, I think before any teachers are cut, there should certainly be a cut in the overhead, which if a larger salary person lost 10%, that could possibly save one teacher's position. So I would like to see a comparative basis so we could actually make that comparison. I don't think the teachers should be the ones to be cut. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing that I'd like to remind the board of is, can I share?
We still have public comment, but go ahead. I mean,
Is that this is kind of the last series of cuts. Our former superintendent, Marcy Trahan, and Chris Carson have been cutting the budget since 2020, slowly reducing things like HR administrators and other personnel at the district office. So this really is not the first set of cuts we're bringing to the board. This is kind of the final set of cuts that we're bringing to the board. And that topic was something that we really discussed at length in the Budget Advisory Committee, the conversation around administrator cuts.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Todd Greenberg again. Is this on? Is this on now? On this way? Okay. Hi. Along the lines parallel to what Mr. McIntosh just said, I have a comment, but first I'd like to compliment everybody for actually considering cuts, because that's where things are going. There's deficits around and the funding is uncertain. I'm less optimistic than some people are about what kind of funding this state is going to have. So that, as I was indicating previously, there need to be a range of plans, not just one plan. What are we going to do? Have a plan that contemplates multiple scenarios. Next, Mr. McIntosh was saying that administrators need to share in this too. I understand there's many complications of labor law and unions and different concerns, but we're all in this together as a community and as a team, and we're all here because of kids. I don't know what the proper way is to explore this, but I would suggest that in addition to what Mr. McIntosh commented on, that administrators are asked to participate and plan for any cuts in a way that they are comfortable with, to the extent that that can happen. But also, I haven't heard any discussion of merit. That should be driving a lot of the decisions on what does and doesn't get cut, both in terms of who is performing. I understand there's union considerations, but who is actually providing the excellent teaching outcomes that the funding is going for? Why shouldn't we be allocating capital based upon who is actually providing excellent teaching here rather than just looking at particular programs? And then I don't know the answer to this one last question, but since I was young, music always was on the chopping board. Now, I'm not an accomplished musician, but I would ask you why music should get cut. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Maybe I didn't.
All right, go ahead and come on.
Thank you, Rachel.
Kevin San Anselmo. I just urge the board to consider this. Stephen Roach just certified you with a 22% budget surplus. And Chris Carson just mentioned that the state had provided funds from roughly 2020 to 2021 based on ADA at kind of a surplus based on whatever happens, decrease or increase with your ADA. And so that was great news. So we've had great funding for a couple of years. And I think what he's saying is that things get hectic going forward based on the current ADA. But we got 60-ish, 65-ish ADA that we weren't expecting this year in pupils, 9K this year, or not, as Chris is nodding. And so I would just say this, that if we have a $30 million budget and or $30 million-ish in revenues, that 10%, with the state limits being 3%, 10% still puts us in a great position. If we had a 22% budget current, historically, if we've had a 15 to 19% comfortable living in Ross Valley School District of unrestricted funds in the reserve, that you have plenty of room right now to move forward with at least a year and or 2 years in supplementing both the current, no cuts of $500,000 and supporting that through the reserves, as well as an additional 2 or 3% to teacher salaries if you're paying 2.51 now or 1.35, whatever it may be. So I'd just like to say that it seems like it's there. 3% should be the point in which you start to worry about. And certainly Marin County Board of Education is going to tell you with a 2-year out report next year whether or not you're coming into that status or not. And we all have the understanding that there are many new homes and many new students coming into the district with the current 6th housing element, with the state's housing element mandates down to San Anselmo and Fairfax. So thank you. Good luck. Tough decisions.
Do we have any other public comment? So I will bring it back to the board for discussion. Any comments or feedback?
And many of the people are here. The Budget Advisory Committee, it was a wonderfully challenging experience. Right? It was as soon as one table's like, yeah, this is what we should do. Another table's like, that's the worst idea ever. And we're like, they're right. So it was a really challenging thing. So thanks for everybody here and whoever's listening for participating in that. It's not easy. Everybody cares. That's the wonderful thing about education in this community. So the things that Chris outlined are the ones that the committee spoke on. All right.
I was wondering where you were going when you said it was wonderful, because I was like, That was one of the worst things I've had to
But
do.
it was a great democratic, you know.
The process.
Mr. Santucci stands up, is like, we can't get rid of zero period because it'll crush our music department. We're like, oh, we thought we solved it. So I mean, it was just great to have everybody's opinions in the room because it was important, and you guys did a really good job from the first meeting to the second meeting to get more people in the room, right? So it was wonderfully challenging experience.
It's definitely challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think most of the people I sat with at those tables, the general feeling was none of these cuts feel good. We don't want to make any of these cuts for every single thing. It was like, well, that one's terrible too. We can't cut that. So every single thing we were looking at felt like that. And so I feel like at least these things are the least unpalatable. I don't know. I don't like any of these cuts. But I know that we have to do this. This is part of our job as trustees, is to look at these really terrible decisions and figure out what needs to go if that's the case.
I look at this and I tell everybody, I'm eating my own cooking. My kids go here. I love our teachers, our administrators. It's like, for me, it's a perfect pot of soup and you take the chicken out. Is it still chicken soup? No. So anything you take out, we're affecting the recipe. And I think that leads into the next chapter of our meeting, which is the things we've got to do to make sure that we don't see this. I'm just kind of...
I think that's what stood out to me in the Budget Advisory Committee process, was that when we started looking at all of the options, starting as far away from students as possible, we found that really Marcy Trahan and Chris Carson had done a phenomenal job really reducing far away from the classroom. Unfortunately, they did such a good job, the rest of the things that we have to cut now are student facing, which makes Rachel's point really cogent. None of these cuts are ones that are palatable. None of them are ones that we want to move forward with. And in order to give our teachers raises, we either need to increase revenues or we need to cut these programs.
And I think the public comments about going to the administrative side, I think the transparency of what's already been done is very important that you've raised here tonight, that there have been tremendous cuts on the administrative side. And yeah, at some point you come for the bigger limbs, unfortunately.
I think the process here is the most important part of this. This is my 7th year here, and I've really had to watch these possible cliffs coming. And I know you have probably the most difficult job in the entire community when it comes to the moving target. It's like throwing darts at a swinging dartboard. You know, you can understand kind of where it's going to be, but in actuality, I can't count the number of meetings that we've had with one set of data, only to come back 2 weeks later with an entirely new set of data. And we're expecting you to actually prioritize, put these things in a form where we can eat it up and understand it in order to now look at the new menu when we come back 2 weeks later. So I can't imagine how difficult that is. I do thank you for actually being able to put it in bite-sized pieces for us to take at the moment. And this type of thing is most important to me because I always preach community, and truly, you know, most parents and most teachers and most community members, they don't want to have anything to do with this because it's not a problem to them until it's a problem for them. And so at that stage is when this type of community event truly has to come and say, it's kind of like I tell my kids, if you don't vote, you know, you can't complain, right? That's what this is, right? It's not like we're hiding numbers in math, it's math. So bring everybody in that wants to complain about it and have them sit down at these tables you're talking about and have them hear the other side of the arguments. And then it starts to make sense. And then they start to understand the weight of what's going on. And then they start to be a community outreach in regard to the importance. And so from a process standpoint, I'm extremely proud of the turnout that we were able to get because we called it out. Hey, this is coming, either get involved or get out of the way because we're gonna have to make decisions up here eventually. And I also like it that this is not a decision, this is a recommendation acceptance of priorities. This is not anything that we're doing. This is just, this is getting your gear ready to go on a trip. It might rain, so get your gear ready. It doesn't mean that you're going to need it, and we don't know exactly where it's going to go, but I applaud the process. I'm very proud of the work that you guys all did and that the community did to make that happen.
Yeah, I really appreciated the people who were on the budget advisory committee. I mean, it was 4 meetings, and it was a lot of hard work getting through all that, like to understand the budget in the beginning, and then to like look at the list and really go deep into the impact that it would have to our teachers, our students, to the schools. So it was a lot of work, and I'm very grateful that people were able to step in. And yes, looks like we do have to vote on this one. So I don't know if you guys are done discussing or have any further comments. If not, I will entertain a motion on this one.
Yeah, I'll recommend that we accept the prioritized budget cuts list from the Budget Advisory Committee and the District Administration.
I will second it. So Daniel?
Aye.
Rachel, aye. Chris?
Aye.
And Ryan?
Aye.
All right, so we have approved or accepted the list.
We
Thank
take a
you.
break. We take a break.
Yeah, you want to take a break? Okay, so we will take a quick pause for the public hearing. Okay.
Just a reminder, if
Let's
you're going to
do-
make public comment, fill out a yellow card and give it to Teresa. There's yellow cards right out front if you'd like to make a public comment.
Okay, so thank you. We are back from our quick break. Our next item on the agenda is public hearing regarding proposed education parcel tax on the May 6, 2025 mailed ballot election. So for this, I have to read a script, so bear with me. Pursuant to Government Code Section 50077, notice is hereby given. This public hearing has been called for the adoption of Resolution 092425, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Ross Valley School District of the County of Marin, State of California, calling a mailed ballot special election for approval of an educational parcel tax, establishing specifications of the election order, and requesting consolidation with other elections occurring on May 6th, 2025. I now call our public hearing open. And it's 8:17. So I have a list of comment cards here, so I'll go through these, and if at the end there's people who would like to give public comment and we do not have time, you may come up at the end, just raise your hand. And then I have 4 seats here, so each of you can come and sit. I'll call it 4 people at a time so we can get through it faster. We have 16 here. Is everyone okay if we did 3 minutes a card? Yes. Okay, so it's a little bit over 45 minutes, which is what we have allotted for this thing. So everyone will get 3 minutes. You will have a 30-second warning when your time is almost up. That's really and it needs to be on this specific topic. And then that's it.
That was just, Chris, are you going to be taking time?
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And then, is there anything I'm forgetting? Nope. Okay, so I think that's everything. So I've got Meredith Woodward, Autumn Arbery, and Alicia Solis. That's 2. And then I've got Michael
McIntosh.
Yes, thank you.
I work my handwriting is difficult.
There you go.
Am I going first?
Yeah. Yep. Sorry, I called you first.
Hi, my name's Meredith Woodward, and I work in student services. I know tonight that you're going to hear a great deal about our district's inability to attract and retain staff in general, but I'd like to speak more specifically about our challenge to fill special education positions for our students with the highest needs. Over the past few years, we've had numerous open positions in special education, ranging from teachers to one-to-one aides. Because we have the lowest funding formula in the county, we are unable to attract and retain staff for our most vulnerable students. These are students that need consistency but face a revolving door of agency hires that often do not last a full school year. Added to this is a nationwide shortage of special education teachers. Without an increase in pay packages, we simply cannot compete. Most importantly for taxpayers, this is an investment in their property. The steep budget cuts to programs and staff that we are facing, should the proposed parcel tax not pass, will create even more losses in staff and enrollment, leading to less value placed in our schools and diminished property values down the line. This tax does not have an impact on senior citizens and is a fair, progressive tax based on property size. Our community needs Ross Valley schools to be the best they can be. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak twice. Michael McIntosh. And on this issue, I do want to bring a couple of figures. So what I see from your budget, you have revenue of approximately $29 million. You have expenditures of approximately 31. You're looking at an operational deficit of 1.4. The teachers' salaries on your proposed budget come in at $10,331,000, and the supervisors and administrators come in at $5,375,000. So basically, the teachers are getting 1/3 of the general budget, and the administration and supervisors are getting 1/6 of the budget, which I think is proportionally incorrect. But the tax that you presented here will fail. Not only is it a heavy lift at your 2/3, but the reason it'll fail is because you've left it to be subjective. You have not said the square footage by plat map. You have not covered which buildings. So will the square footage be for each floor of a building, so the square footage of the interior space? Will it include an ADU? Will it include any sort of out structure or garage? And have you considered that disproportionately this will affect renters probably the most, because this is going to burden their small little rents that they're going to have to pay? It would be much more fair if this was done either by a square footage on a plat map, so you could say the building's footprint, or by the size of the parcel. So as somebody who has a large piece of property, I think it would certainly be more fair to the community to charge me by the size of the property and not by the square footage, nor would I want the school district to now waste all kinds of money to start figuring out, well, should we include this little building? Should it be over 100 square feet? Should it be under 200 square feet? Should we include an ADU? Or what about deed restricted properties? So things that are supposed to be affordable, how will that be included? So again, I think this is premature, and if you do want to go for a square footage tax, I encourage you to be very transparent, not that this is opaque, but to really help people understand so you can even budget a correct number of what buildings will this include. And then, is there an appeals process? What if a building is later torn down and rebuilt, or a building is removed, okay, or there's a fire? So how is this going to affect the budget? Again, if you stick with either a plat or if you stick with a parcel, I think you'll have a better opportunity. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Autumn Irving. I'm one of the counselors at White Hill Middle, and I'm actually here today to speak on behalf of our educators at White Hill. So we, the educators of White Hill Middle School, are writing to express our strong support in a parcel tax increase. As educators, we witness firsthand the critical role that adequate funding plays in supporting our students' success and well-being. This increased parcel tax will enable us to continue offering essential resources, including a vibrant arts and music program, additional classroom support, and mental health services. These services are vital in helping our students navigate the pressures of adolescence, manage academic stress, and promote their social and emotional development. Combined with rigorous academic instruction from our highly qualified teachers, these resources help us maintain the high standards of education that have earned White Hill Middle School the distinction of being a school to watch. However, if this parcel tax does not pass, these vital programs will be at risk of being cut. Additionally, we will continue to face the detrimental effects of high turnover rates among staff and the negative impact this has on our students' mental health as well as our educators. These challenges not only affect our staff, but they directly hinder our students' ability to thrive in a stable and supportive learning environment. We, as the educators at White Hill, are committed to advocating for the passage of this tax and are eager to collaborate with student families and neighbors to ensure they understand how funding will directly benefit our students and the broader school community. We look forward to working together to secure a positive future for our students. And you'll find that this letter is signed by all the teachers at White Hill.
I have a request, so for people in the audience, if we could refrain from clapping. I appreciate the support, but we're trying, if we want to get everyone to get a chance to speak, I would like to keep it just tight timing wise. So I understand the support. We can do it all at the end. I think that would be great, but I just want to make sure that we're respecting everyone's time, because I know you're all here and you have school tomorrow, a lot of you, so just gonna put that request out there. Great. Yeah.
My name is Alicia Solis, and I'm the school psychologist at White Hill, and I'm also really close colleagues with Autumn, so we came up here together as a pair. So I wanted to share more about the vital importance of having a strong counseling support team at the middle school. Counseling services are listed as something that could be cut in the second round if the parcel tax does not pass. Not only does White Hill provide excellent academic experiences, but it is because of the direct, intentional support of our counseling team, Autumn Arbery and Michelle Pelton, that our students also are able to call White Hill a second home. Our counseling center is not just for one-on-one counseling, as people may think. It also serves as a community place for students of diverse identities and backgrounds to find refuge and compassion, where they can build skills, rest, connect, and express their most authentic selves, which is so important, especially in this current climate. Students can access the care closet, finding clothes and other essentials with the help of our counselors. Michelle and Autumn also lead many programs through the Counseling Center that build leadership skills for our students, which, as you know, also serve as preventative strategies and build resilience in many of our most vulnerable groups. There is a direct link between what they provide and the students' academic success and constructive choices outside of school. And beyond all of that, and most critically, I have witnessed firsthand on many occasions our counselors at the front line of saving our students' lives. They save lives. And when there are significant mental health concerns or other issues that may put our students in harm's way, they are the first personnel that are notified, and they fearlessly and with incredible talent that comes with deep commitment and experience lead our team, including myself and our principals, on crucial next steps in these moments of crises. We cannot cut counseling services. That can never be something that happens. I can't fathom a school setting being successful without the most important services that our mental health team provides at White Hill. We really need the parcel tax to continue to fund these life-changing and life-saving programs. I strongly urge our community to spread the word and help get this passed so that we can keep doing the best we can for our students, academically, socially, and emotionally, and in all the ways. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Michael McIntosh, did you put 2 in?
Your name and yours in here twice.
Oh, no, because I submitted one to speak on a prior issue also.
Gotcha, okay,
Thank you.
thanks. All right, so I have, Jenny Wright, Kevin Curtis, Heather Selby, and Todd Greenberg.
I think Kevin left.
Did Kevin leave? Okay. Okay. So, let's go over here. All right, so we'll put Kevin aside. And then Arlena Kinevort, sorry. Okay.
Hi, my name is Jenny Wright. I'll be speaking on behalf of Lindsay Crawford, our union president. I am the union secretary for classified. Hi, my name is Lindsay Crawford. I have worked for the district for 22 years, and I am CSEA president. I would like to thank the board and the superintendent for your proactive approach to our impending budget issues. Bringing forth a solution as one of the lowest funded school districts in Marin without having to make drastic cuts to programs and staff is why the community needs to vote yes for this new educational parcel tax. Ross Valley is committed to providing a quality education to all students, for which certificated and classified employees are essential. For that to happen, we need to be more competitive in attracting staff to our open positions. Working in the business department, processing payroll and accounts payable, I can attest to the large number of open positions and turnover of staff we have had for several years now. We currently have 28 open classified positions. Some of these positions are currently being filled by outside agencies, while other vital positions remain open with no interest from potential candidates because other districts are able to offer better compensation than we can with our current budget. It is imperative that we move forward with this special election so that we can retain our current staff. A delay would provide potential for continued loss of teachers and staff to other districts who pay more. By voting yes for this parcel tax, you are allowing Ross Valley to maintain the highest level of education at your neighborhood schools. Ensuring that your children receive the best teachers and staff to help guide them through their elementary and middle school education, allowing them to learn and grow in a safe environment with the necessary resources to succeed. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the board, fellow community members, and stakeholders. My name is Heather Selby, and I'm here tonight speaking as a district teacher, a homeowner, and most importantly, as a parent of 2 children within the district, one in 1st grade at Hidden Valley and another in 6th grade at White Hill. I wear multiple hats in this community, and because of that, I have a unique and varied perspective on what is at stake with this proposed parcel tax. As a teacher, I see firsthand the dedication, hard work, and passion of my colleagues. I also see the challenges we face, particularly at the junior high level, when it comes to teacher retention and maintaining the quality of education our students deserve. Our current salary scale lacks the ability to maintain or attract educators, especially those with single subjects. When we lose these teachers, we lose the stability, instructional knowledge, and the ability to prepare our students effectively for high school and beyond. As a parent, I want my children and all those in our community to receive an education that prepares them for success. White Hills should not be a revolving door of educators. A strong middle school is the bridge between elementary and high school, a crucial time when students need consistency, mentorship, and high-quality instruction. Without competitive salaries, we cannot retain the experienced teachers who can make this possible. As a homeowner, I recognize that this parcel tax means an additional cost for me and my family, but I also know that strong schools are the backbone of a strong community. Good schools increase property values, attract families, and ensure that our town remains a desirable place to live. I believe our community would rather invest in our schools now than pay the price later in the form of declining school quality and a weakened community. Above all, this parcel tax is truly not optional if we want to keep Ross Valley the district that it is today. As you all know, White Hill has just been given a national recognition. Test scores have come up to or surpassed pre-COVID levels, and our schools are integrating many new curriculums across grade levels and subject matters. This is not a time to step back, but instead a time to step up. Without the parcel tax, we risk dismantling the programs, services, and staffing that make our schools what they are. This is not just about one part of our school system. It is about the people who make all the dynamic parts of it work, as it is all connected. And stepping up starts with the decision you make today. I thank you for putting this parcel tax on the ballot, giving our community the chance to show that we value education, that we are willing to invest in our teachers and our children, and that we refuse to accept anything less than the best for our schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Todd Greenberg once again. I'm for high quality education in our district, but I'm for putting forth a really well thought out, good plan. And I believe there are some errors or areas of improvement that I'd like to point out here. And I'd like you to consider learning from some of Fairfax Town Council's mistakes. There's not adequate notification that's gone on. We had a huge fight for 2 years in Fairfax related to local rent controls where there wasn't adequate notification to all stakeholders. I know one person in Fairfax who has received a mailer talking about this. One person who's up on their politics. He brought it to my attention. I have not personally received a mailer. Why not? Also, having a mail-in election midterm, there's going to be a poor turnout. The intention is that 2/3 of the voters would approve. If we really wanted to be transparent doing this, if we really wanted community buy-in for what was best for our students and for the district, we would do it so that we would have a big turnout and everybody would be noticed adequately. It's a big mistake not to make everybody buy into this. The amount of building square footage on parcels is listed on page 3. Is this going to create a police action? And who's going to bear the costs of those actions and the inspections and the tax increases that result from somebody coming into someone's property? In Fairfax, a family by the name of Sorgrens were on the calendar for a year or two and had quite a issue come up where their property is now impaired based on an ultimate finding, and it cost them a lot of money with attorneys. And in Fairfax, I don't know about San Anselmo, but other places may have this situation too. A lot of records were lost in a flood. San Anselmo's had a flood. There may not be clear records about what exists here. Also, I would suggest you consider having this only take effect if revenues fell below a certain amount. So you got what you need if the state doesn't deliver for you. That would be a lot more palatable, where the funding would be there if you need it, but otherwise it wouldn't be an added tax that increases people's costs of living. Then there's an error here On page 4, pardon me to point this out, see exemptions.
Pardon
1
me.
says principal
Excuse
residence,
me.
2 says
Your-
primary.
Your time's up. Thank you, though. Okay.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you all for your consideration. Tyler, when you said you were going to hit the ground running, you certainly did that. Thank you for your time and your efforts of educating and informing us. My name is Marlena Kennel-Lort. I have been the AA at Wade Thomas for nearly 18 years. I love my job for many reasons and wouldn't want to work anywhere else. But more importantly, I have had the great privilege and honor of being a community member for over 35 years. I attended Manor School. My husband attended Brookside School. Together we raised our 3 boys, now successful men, in San Anselmo, in the home where my husband grew up. Many factors fell into place for our boys' success, but their story began on the shoulders of the amazing teachers and support staff in the Ross Valley School District, several of whom are still working here. It was here the foundation to their success was built, starting with an enriched education. We must continue to enrich the children and families in our community so they can create their own success story. We must continue to build their foundation every day in the classrooms, in the art room, in the music room, in the school library, in PE, in the school office, on the schoolyard, and right here at the district office. Please show your support of the parcel tax. Our dedicated teachers and support staff deserve to earn a fair living wage so we can continue our mission of building a foundation with an enriched education. Our children and community deserve it, and our future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So Cindy Credo, Mimi Willard, Christina Workman, and Pascal.
Good evening, Cindy Credo, TK teacher and co-president of RVTA. I'm in support of the parcel tax to maintain the exceptional educators and quality programs that make Ross Valley School District the amazing place to teach. A parcel tax ensures that we all, educators, classified and certificated, stay and get paid a livable wage. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Good evening, Christina Workman, 3rd and 4th grade combination teacher at Hidden Valley and RVTA co-vice president. I'd like to say to anyone who's currently questioning the parcel tax, I encourage you to be open-minded and to listen to the last 2 years worth of board meetings where Ross Valley educators have shared their hardships and circumstances. Many of us are struggling day to day to make ends meet. We are passionate professionals who go above and beyond for our students because they deserve it, and we deserve to make a living wage. And yet, we continue to be the lowest paid district in the county. You've heard tonight how dire the future of the budget is. The parcel tax will allow educators to make a living wage, continue to give our students the best. Our students are the future. We need this parcel tax, and we need to educate our community members on the importance of passing this parcel tax. I am committed with my colleagues to reach out to our community and rally together to make a positive change for our schools, our community, and our children. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for having this meeting. I almost didn't come here because I didn't know about it. 2 days ago, I got one PR piece, and then today at 4 o'clock in my mail, I got your public notice. I don't follow your board activities on your website where it was posted, and if this is an attempt to create, acceptance of your proposal, you're starting off on the wrong foot.
Excuse me, can you give me your name, please?
Pascal Sisich.
Thank you.
Don't follow the footsteps of TAM Union, which blew it big time in trying to get community support. They also were arrogant. I'm not picking that up from you folks, but it's like, if you want to build support for an extension of the existing parcel tax, you're not going to do it by telling people about a meeting 3 hours before the meeting. So you spent a lot of money on this, and instead of having the room packed with supporters that work for the district, you could have had more people that are actually going to be paying the tax. So this is really disappointing. It's not a good way to start. A couple of things in particular about the tax. You've kind of changed the methodology here. You've gone to a per square foot. You've already had comments about how is that calculated? Are garages and ADUs and sheds included? Or is it probably, I imagine, it's strictly from the property tax rule. That's what you'll take. If you have a 2,500 square foot house, your tax is going to double from $650 a year. You're going to go to over $1,300 a year. So I think you're kind of doing smoke and mirrors here because you're kind of pretending like it's an extension, but it's not. It's a big increase. The one thing you're doing good is you're going to extend the senior exemption. That's good. Seniors will actually be supportive of you if you do that. And a lot of seniors are struggling to stay in their homes, so that's a good thing. But from the optics of the public that are paying these taxes, we're just burned out. We're sick of paying taxes. And the first thing I look at this district and all the other districts is, why aren't you consolidating? I see 1,600 students in your district. I see a really nice office. I hear a conversation about $5 million for administrator salaries. Why aren't you combining with other districts? I don't understand Marin, why we have so many. I don't know how schools are operated, so I don't have that expertise, but from the optics of it, it's super inefficient. And so I really encourage you, before you ask for more money, pull your act together and start consolidating. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mimi Willard, president of the Coalition of Sensible Taxpayers. You face a really important and difficult decision tonight. It's clear that the Ross Valley School District is committed to hiring and retaining quality teachers and to providing the best education that they can to the district students. And obviously you need to pay appropriately and accordingly. The community also wants good schools, but as Pascal mentioned, some in the community are struggling to pay more, particularly with the flood of additional taxes. So against this backdrop, in the spring, you developed a parcel tax proposal. It polled in June, and the support was weak. And the decision was made to postpone to a special election in 25 or a regular election in 2026. The current proposal has some tweaks, but I'd say overall it's kind of similar to what you were looking at in June. And the main difference is that it's a special election, which is lower turnout. And as was described by your consultant at your last board meeting, in some detail, it offers the opportunity to target to make sure that the ones who you think are your voters actually come and vote. So because the overall result of a special election isn't representative, our organization almost always opposes taxes that are on a special election ballot. And it's not in any sense targeted against you. It's a policy that we develop for a good reason. We haven't decided yet whether to oppose this tax. We know that there is some need and we like the square foot approach. But again, we usually oppose special elections. Even if we don't oppose, take us out of the equation, I think this tax could fail. And I think it's because it's similar to the one that didn't poll well in June, and because in the interim, the TAM Union reduced parcel tax passed, adding to the tax fatigue. An election is costly to the district, to the volunteers who put in their time, to the foundations and the donors. So if this fails, what happens? Does that force you to cut the proposal severely to worse than what you would have put forward had you just waited another year? We think that you have adequate reserves to wait out that year, and it might make more sense. It's up to you. I think it's important that you make sure that whatever proposal you advance has the support of the broad community coalition and that it will pass readily. Our organization has a history of
Thank you,
partnering
that's time.
with sensible
Thank you.
solutions and supporting
Mimi, thank you,
taxes
that's time.
that are necessary
Thank
and
you.
fair, and we would look
Thank you.
forward to the opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Pete Santucci, Sarah Porky, Kathleen Wolf, and Eric Brandt.
Hello, my name is Pete Santucci. I'm a music teacher in the district, and I've been teaching here for 20 years. And my son also went through Manor School and White Hill. And so the district has a funding problem. Part of that revenue problem is, I should say, a revenue problem. Part of the problem is funding. Another part of that revenue problem is attendance. And I feel like the district can't wait on this. I feel like they need to move forward with this parcel tax proposal, and because if not, you're going to have to start making cuts that really affect the programs that are offered to kids and families. And then that will create a negative spiral that will increase your revenue problem, because when you start cutting those programs, you're decreasing the quality of your schools, and then you'll have more of an attendance problem, as it'll be harder to attract families to the district and keep families here. I have noticed just this year several families coming to our district mid-year, and when I've been talking to the kids, asking them about, oh, what was the music class like at your old school? They said, our music program was cut. We didn't have music at our old school. And so now we're so happy to be here where we have music classes. And so if we have to start cutting electives at the middle school, if we have to start cutting part of our music program at the elementary school, we're going to be one of those districts that are losing attendance and losing families because we're not offering the programs that they want. So I'm really worried about that. Also, just from a point of view of the lead music teacher, we already have consolidated the music team over the last 10 years. We used to have 5 music teachers. Now we have 4, but our 4 music teachers now are full-time. And that's working out well for us and retaining a great music faculty. If we have to start cutting some music classes, what it means is that some of our music teachers, again, will not be full-time, and we're not going to be able to retain that excellent faculty. And so I think the district needs to go forward with it and retain the quality of our district and the quality of the education that the students are getting. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sarah Horkey. I'm a teacher at Hidden Valley and also co-president of RVTA.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Wolf. I'm a teacher at Hidden Valley also.
And we are here to support the parcel tax both as educators, tax-paying residents, and parents of previous students of the district. Our children were lucky enough to go through the Ross Valley School District, and it successfully prepared them for both high school and college. Even though both of our own children are no longer in the district, we believe strongly that all children should benefit from the many superb programs RVSD offers, as well as receive an excellent education from the highly qualified teachers the district employs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eric Brandt. I've been teaching in Ross Valley for 25 years, and all 3 of my children have gone through here as well. I want to applaud my friend and colleague Heather for her great speech. Mine is not quite as eloquent as hers. But I'm here to voice my support for this proposed tax. Being here a long time, I've seen how our low pay equals high turnover. I've supported and mentored many teachers who've gone on to work in great districts down the road. So they've moved all over, or they've moved to Petaluma where they can afford to buy homes and live on the salary there. I think when we get new turnover as an experienced teacher, we spend a lot more money on training and having to support these new people. And I've done a lot of that and I do love it. But when you train someone to move somewhere else, it's not a real good use of resources. I think if we can bring our salaries a little closer to the matching districts, we'll be able to retain quality teachers. And although I'll never match the salary of my friends that work at Archie Williams, and I would love to have our district merge with someone else, but they would be taking the poor neighbors on board because their district is not better. Their budgets are not better taking us on. So as much as it would be awesome, like the fire departments have merged. That really doesn't work that well for schools. Although our district did merge Ross Valley and Fairfax 30 years ago. I think we're one of the few districts in Marin that did that. I think if we are paid at a comparable rate, I mean, I am a homeowner here in San Anselmo, and we're living on a shoestring, but when you do that, I think putting money into schools is always a good way. I don't feel bad voting for local school taxes. And I do love working with students that live right here in my town and seeing what they're doing. And I think it is a better community when you can have teachers that can afford to live in the town where they work. Thank you.
All right, those were all the cards I had, but do I have anybody in the audience who did not fill out a card but would like to come up and speak? You're welcome to come and take up a chair. Just let us know who your name is so people listening can know who they're listening to. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. PJ Pfeffer, Manor parent and Fairfax homeowner whose taxes would be increased by this measure. Just want to start out saying I strongly support any parcel tax increase. The district really does very much need this money. As you all have heard before, I've been plenty critical of the budget allocations, but it's always from how can we make the most of the woefully small amount of funding that the district has to meet all of its demands. There just isn't enough money to allocate the way that the district should be spending. And so this parcel tax is completely necessary. My one issue with it is that we are just giving a big tax cut to unimproved parcels who would otherwise be spending $700 per parcel plus 3% increase over the next 3 years. That was already passed and approved by voters. They're going to end up over the next 9 years, should this pass, pay less than half the amount that they were otherwise going to pay over the next 3 years. It's like roughly $500,000 that could go to supporting the district's ongoing budget needs. So I think that the unimproved parcels should go, just leave it unchanged. Just have this parcel tax renewal and extension be just changing how improved parcels are taxed by switching them to the per square footage calculation. 52 cents, obviously, I understand you've got a lot of criticism on taxes in general. Unfortunately, while we get a lot of uninformed bluster, we are not hearing criticism explain why teachers should have to work in the district 5 years before they make even 50% of the area median income, and just then qualify as very low income for federal housing requirements. It would take an 11% increase to get our highest paid teacher to be paid just area median income. We need a much bigger increase for teacher, educator, staff salaries than this parcel tax would afford, but it's a necessary head start, and I hope we get something on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Last call for public comments. Anybody? No? Okay. All right, seeing no one wanting to step forward, I now call the public hearing closed. All right, so moving on, thank you to all of our commenters. The next item is recommended board approval of resolution 092425, calling a mailed ballot election and establishing specifications of the election order and requesting consolidation with other elections occurring on May 6, 2025. All right.
Great. So I just want to kind of remind myself and those folks in the room that I'm new here still, and one of the first orders of operation for me as a new superintendent was to...
Point of order. Are we moving on from the last presentation and moving on to number 7 without bringing it back to the board?
Oh, my apologies. Yes, sorry. Sorry.
It's okay.
Long night. Sorry, Tyler.
It's okay.
Backing up to number 6. Yes, so I'm bringing it back to the What? Do we do it for the public hearings? Sure, all right.
I mean, this is our only
Public
chance to
discussion,
discuss.
public discussion,
it.
all right, yes, go ahead.
Go ahead. I got a lot to say.
I bet you do. Let us hear it.
Right. Okay. Told you so. I mean, 7 years ago, I ran for this position knowing this day was coming. So told you so, right? I'm really big on not blaming. I'm really big on not guilting people because I don't accept guilt and I don't accept blame in my life when I know that I really try to go out and do the best for the people in my community and my family and my friends. 7 years ago, I ran for this position because I was watching what was coming down the lane, and I'm not trying to say told you so to be right. I'm trying to say, here we are. Welcome to the show. Some people recognize and see what's coming in the future, and some people pretend it's not here until it's here. First of all, I'd like to say to all of the passion within teachers is, I don't think there's a person up here in the last 3 boards or 4 boards that I've sat with that would disagree with your passion and disagree with the importance of getting you everything that you need. I have never one time sat in closed session or open session with anyone that I have worked with in this position for the last 7 years that didn't believe in the teachers, did not believe in the mission, did not believe in how important the children is for the community, did not believe how important it is to amazing property rights. Not one time have I ever heard anything disparaging said about teachers and the need and this importance. I have the luxury of being an elected official as a Fairfax Town Councilman over 10 years ago. I learned a lot more about the bigger picture. I recently lost an election for Marin County Supervisor where I dug in really deep to put my best hat out there because I believe in my community and the importance of all of us. I also believe in winning. And I played competitive baseball for 40 years. I've coached baseball for many years. And in my professional career as a realtor, I teach my clients and my children and my friends how to win. To play a game not to win, to me, is a waste of time. And I'd be honest to tell you that I am concerned about this parcel tax. Do I believe in its importance? 100%. Will I advocate for its importance? Absolutely. Do I believe it can pass right now? No, not sure, right? And that's because in everything I've ever done in my life, I tried to outline a plan or a path to yes. Because failure to plan for a path to yes just puts it out there as hope, and hope is not a plan. Right? Your need as teachers and our need as a community to have this pass is dire. It's not a plan, that's a hope, right? If you look at the amount of things that our board has had to deal with in the past 7 years, for me, the 3 biggest things that we dealt with were COVID, not part of our plan, but had to deal with that. The charter school, not part of our plan, had to deal with that. Children's Center, not part of our plan, how to deal with that, right? And recently, teacher pay is part of our plan. We got to deal with that, right? But the amount of minutes that our board and our volunteers, because we don't get paid for this, by the way, in case people think that this is a paid position. This is a volunteer position for our community. For the amount of time that we put in on things that were not important for the direct impact on the children, which ended up being a massive amount of effort and time, we now face probably the most important thing that I have ever had to sit down and deal with as a school board and elected official for this community. And when we talked about these other processes, when we talked about and heard, and I saw as many seats that are filled right now with red shirts and teachers all telling us what we needed. And if you go back and listen to the tapes, I told you this then, that it is not a us versus you problem. What I said, and you can listen to it, this is a we problem, right? This is not just our board and the teachers. This is a community of everyone that is going to have to make this work. So here we are with a community, right? But let me tell you, our board has been beaten up. We were beaten up at COVID. We got beat up by the charter school and the whole battle within that from members of the community. We got crushed.
Ryan?
Yeah.
So it's a discussion between the board.
Yes, I'll turn this way.
Thank you.
We got crushed from the way that we were being dealt with in regards to the Children's Center, and I believe that we have a PR problem as a board. Now we're going to go out and ask for a massive community outreach to get funding for probably one of the most important things we're going to do. And I am very intimidated that if we do not have a plan, not only for this parcel tax, but to educate, talk about how we need butts in seats, how attendance is a massive resource, just as important as this parcel tax, how we need to go and be in competition and acknowledge competition between the charter schools for those children that could bring $1 million. That's also revenue gain for us, right? Attendance, competition, our marketing, which we're spending money on, and this parcel tax. Now, this parcel tax is here and important, but it's no more important than any of those other items that we deal with. And I think that to just look at this one thing really quickly right now is a short-sighted importance without a plan of how we're going to do all of these things at once. And I'm very concerned at the end of the day that if we push this for timing and importance, we may lose. And if we do lose, what is the bigger ramification for that down in the future?
So I heard from the public, I've heard from you about planning. And I want to be very clear that this isn't something that we just decided, let's put on a show. This is something that we went through consultants. We had it polled, as some of you know. We came back with that polling information. We thought about what does it mean to probably look at why it failed in the polls. We looked at it as a board as to why it failed in the polls. We took out the things that triggered the failures. The forever tax is one. The lack of an option for the seniors to opt out. Those were the things that weighed it down. That was the feedback that we actually got from people that were actually polled. So we have been sitting here and planning all of this. Now, for those of you who say, I didn't hear about this until whatever day, I get that. But the way that a parcel tax campaign works is that we can't start campaigning for it until it's on the ballot, and that is the law, okay? I would have started knocking on doors personally 3 months ago, telling people that I think we need a parcel tax, but I can't do that because the laws say that once it's on the ballot, which is a time frame, you have that amount of time from the time frame to the vote to make it happen. We can sit around and we can pick this apart, okay? I know people who could criticize God for resting on the seventh day, okay? But the reality is that if we go out with the passion and fervor, which I know we have, it's not about hope. It's about educating as we knock on doors. It's about educating with the information we have. It's about simplifying why we're doing it this way, because there is a reason why we've chosen this approach to go this way. There is a reason why Rachel and I have sat down for hours and hours outside of our everyday jobs and sat down with parents and volunteers who are ready to jump on the horses. They're just looking for the Mel Gibson with the painted face to lead them, okay? And that's all we need is to get these things moved forward. We have been planning. If we fail, and this is where I'm coming from, if we fail, my ass is getting back up and trying again, okay? Because I owe it to every educator in this room that if I don't get elected again, I know I did the right thing, okay? So if we don't put it on the ballot, right, where are we? We are exactly where we're gonna be at the major election. If we do put on the ballot and we fail, we'll go back and do it again. Will we be burnt out? Will there be resources we've used? Absolutely. But we have to keep this momentum going because as one of the teachers said, strong schools are the backbone of a strong community. When I first moved here, I didn't have kids yet. When I got a ballot, I saw something for a school. I was like, yes, yes, yes. Because I was part of the community and I bought into being a part of the community without kids yet. I know my kids are going to grow up quickly and I'll still live here and I'll still say yes, 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 because the parcel tax is the blood that keeps the heartbeat of the schools moving. And I don't want to underestimate how much planning and work is going into this. We are working so hard. And guess what? We can't do this work once it's on the ballot. We can't use district resources once it's on the ballot. So it'll look like, well, what's the district doing? They're not doing a damn thing. Where are they? Because we can't be the face of this. It's up to the community. And I am begging you to take this seriously. We are on the precipice of soaring or falling. And I know it sounds like dramatic, but it is absolutely right. You're right. You saw it coming. Great. We're here. So what are we going to do about it?
Well, if I can, I hear you, and I don't think it's if we're going to the ballot. I would totally agree that this is a no-brainer to go to the ballot. When and how we go on that ballot is my biggest point of contention.
Well,
right?
the feedback that we're getting from the community, the information that we think we can still add to making sure that things are the right way forward, educating people as we knock on doors, as we get the information out there. That's what we have to do. That's what we have to do.
But we're actually talking about moving now, like right now, right? And I don't believe that when we first brought up the concept of parcel tax, the very first thing I said is we need to get community buy-in in the beginning. And from 4 out of the 16 people I heard right here, right? What I'm hearing is that constituency is not 100% on board. There are questions on how many years and how we got to that, which is fair. There are questions on how long it's going to be, right? There are questions about how this square footage, which I think is a brilliant idea, and it came to us from people who were thinking ahead. How well we built this community to find a path to yes is what I'm questioning. I'm not questioning is, should we have a parcel tax? I think we definitely have to have a parcel. I think that's a no-brainer. But I think that the community is overtaxed. And if you did follow the TAM district, right, that was a big deal. I mean, and we brought this up in our meetings. We talked about this. We talked about the danger of putting this out here too quickly. I would also bring up the one point that I do have concerns with is we hire a consultant to win, right? And that's why we pay someone. How do we get this done? How do we win for our teachers and this community? The problem with that and the special election is we're targeting a win over community. And I know that sounds awkward, but think about it. If our consultant says the best way to do this is to have it on a special election because our people are more likely to vote for what we want, that's good for us, right? That's good for our win. That's good for the teachers' win. Is that really building community, or is that disenfranchising people because we know they're not going to vote in May, right? And if we lose, I don't think you can make that comeback.
So
right?
You're saying that people who don't take advantage of their civic duty, we have to cater to them?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that I would rather not disenfranchise an entire community. And I mean, as much as I think the win is, I think the win-win scenario is, and I'd like to figure out this to find out. Do we have to move forward with this now? I mean, what is the risk of putting it off a year? What is the financial impact if we waited a year? Do we have enough reserves to weather the storm, to bring in opponents of this tax, to get them on board?
If we don't do this now
as in
May, because the other option is June of 2026, we will go one more year and we'll give 0% raise to CSEA and RVTA. My worry is that with a 0% raise, because we have less revenue next year than we have this year, that we're going to lose exceptional teachers. And I think one of the things that I've learned in this district is that we have some of the best educators in the state of California.
Absolutely.
They are dedicated to our community. They could go other places for more money and they don't. And they are always curious to learn and implement new strategies for our students. Like you heard some of our counselors say, they're literally saving lives when it comes to some social emotional health issues. And I'm really afraid that a 0% raise to our custodians, our front office admin, to our teachers is going to be really detrimental to the long-term health of our schools and our community.
Well, there's risk. Agreed.
That's the risk.
I think I agree. I mean, there's risk both ways. We have to look at risk both ways, right? I mean, we could lose an election and then have even a harder chance, or we could really try to push it and really get it. Are we locked into that May date? Do we arbitrarily pick the May date?
The county has a series of special election dates that are posted, and then if a ballot measure comes up, they run that election. If there isn't, they just don't run the election.
Are you saying that the only date is May and then June 26th? Or is there another special election date in November?
I think there are other special election dates between May 6th and the following June.
So we're not necessarily talking about a full year risk of this. There is an option to pull back and try to get more onboarding, get more yes. I mean, the path to yes is crucial for me, right? And I would rather not hurry and lose, or I would rather not disenfranchise part of the electorate because we can. I'd rather find a win where, and this is exactly what I brought up to this board when we first brought up the parcel tax when the teachers were asking for money, is that we better get buy-in. It doesn't sound like we have all the buy-in. It sounds like we have teachers and union and people that are ready to get out there and knock on the doors. It sounds like we've got a call to action ready to go. That's good. That's going to take that to win. The 66% is a lot, and we saw it fail. And also, like I said, for the reasons I discussed earlier, the perception, I know how amazing you guys are. I know. And I know how amazing the group before this board was, right? So I don't have any illusions of the amazing intent that these boards have. But the other people that were kind of beating us around over the last few years did a number. And we didn't have the best reputation, whether it was perceived or reality. There were a lot of people coming in here not trusting this board, right? For reasons that were absolutely untrue and proven to be untrue, by the way. But that doesn't mean that the perception of our board is exceptional right now. And I do believe that the need for this parcel tax is exceptional and it's important. But I think we need more buy-in.
Are you implying that when people decide to vote for this parcel tax, they're going to be thinking about the board?
Absolutely.
Or thinking about the community and the taxes that are needed to pay the teachers?
I think they absolutely would think of the board. And that's actually the feedback that I've had out there in the community. As I ran a campaign, right, for last March, and I was out there talking to people every day. I was constantly having to inform of a real narrative to people, because most people don't read. Most people don't listen. They hear one person and that is their reality, right?
I don't know. I was just more recently on the campaign trail, Daniel as well. My impression from talking to people in the general public who didn't have children in our schools, and I specifically went and sought out seniors and people who did not have children in our schools to campaign, because I figured they don't know who I am. And sure enough, nobody knew who I was when I was knocking on a door. And they just had no idea what was going on in our schools. And a lot of them asked me about the teachers. A lot of them asked if they were happy. A lot of them asked about the programs in special education. They asked about the art and music programs. Not a single person asked about the board members. Like, if I hadn't told them who I was, they would have had no clue. So I don't think that is what was coming to people's minds. And I talked to a lot of people. I think I hit 1,000 houses in the time that I was campaigning. Personally, me. And on top of tabling. And I think I met Heather, one of those with her children. But I'm just saying, like, we were not the people that they were talking about. They wanted to know how our kids were doing. They wanted to know how special ed services were. They wanted to know how the teachers were. Those are the main things that people were talking to me about. And that was recent. That was like October, November. So I don't necessarily think that we're the focus. And I think that there was a lot of positive feedback about our schools. I talked to a lot of retired teachers and people who are retired who were like, I always support the teachers, and every time there's like stuff that comes up for schools, kind of like Chris, they will always vote for it.
This is about teacher pay. It's not about our reputation. It's not about us.
I totally agree with you, but I have to totally disagree with you, Rachel. When public speakers come up here and talk, I write everyone's name down and I write some notes. And I write a positive if they were in a positive favor of the issue that I was thinking about, or negative. And I can go back and look at the notes. I can remember many meetings. I can remember the meetings where the teachers were up here, very upset with us. I'm not saying they don't like us personally, right? I'm saying that they didn't trust that we were giving them real information in real time. Proven otherwise, right? I have notes where 50 people at Wade Thomas came up and spoke for that children's center, and 3 people gave us a neutral rating about what our decisions were. Right? And we get back here and we ride out in front of the white horse because we can take some shots, right? Most people could never sit up here and take that. But 46 out of 50 people coming up thinking they were making a horrible decision about the children's center, that is stuff that, those are people that are showing up and having an opinion about what we are doing, right? And I agree that the teachers, this could not be the more important and most righteous thing that we need to do for our community, right? I believe that that is, but I also don't think that everybody thinks that we've done a great job over the last few years. I don't believe that we have the stellar backing that we used to have.
I don't necessarily know that to do a parcel tax, we need to have people buy in on us. Like, I'm not looking for people to approve of me. I'm looking for them to approve of me trying to help our teachers get paid. And that's what I want their approval for. And I think that is an easier buy-in than trying to get them like, I don't want a popularity contest. It's not for me, it's not about me. I wanna make sure that teachers can get paid.
I'm not saying it's about us. What I'm saying is it's about.
You just did.
No, I'm saying it's about the judgment that they feel as though we have had in past issues.
Yeah, then those people are never going to see what the true issue is, which is to get better pay for our teachers. And so we're not going to be the ones knocking on the doors. We can't. It'll be the parents who stepped up. It will be the volunteers. It will be even the kids who know that this is a very important thing that we've got to move forward. I personally think that time is of the essence. And, you know, I've been there, I've been on both sides. You know, same-sex marriage, wait till people feel good about it. Don't push it forward. You know, you can still sit in the back of the bus. People aren't ready to see you sitting in the front of the bus. You can go through every single thing, and I will tell you, you put on your boots and you walk into the storm head on. And I think we should do this. I think we should do this. Now.
Yeah.
So,
and there may be ways of capitalizing. The other districts are making cuts, right? So it goes back to the reputation of our district that we're not making cuts. But as soon as this gets out there, it is a little bit of a reputation, like Pete said, like, oh man, this is going away. Let's look somewhere else.
Right.
So the fact that the plan, to your, like, what's the plan? Well, you guys have been planning, and we can't do anything until somebody says we can do something. Okay, I feel good about that. How do we mobilize? How do we get everybody involved? And it's going to be a big lift. To your point, right? It's we got to go out to everybody. The gentleman who just got the mail, right? We got to communicate with everybody.
deciding not to do something out of fear of failure to me is not an option. That's the
I'm not saying it's a fear of failure, Chris. What I'm saying is that there are recent plans that were great on paper that failed in regards to taxes. And also the point of a tax burden at a time of high inflation is a real consideration. I'm not saying this is a bad idea. Please don't think that I in any way am against the plan for this parcel tax, because I think it is an absolute necessary tax to pass.
Okay.
I'm trying to determine how we can make sure we get it.
Right.
And I don't think hurrying to be first to get it out there supersedes the plan to yes.
I think part of the urgency is not the fact that we're trying to rush anything. I think it's the fact that we're looking at our reserves and our balances 3 years out. We're like 1 or 2 budget certifications away from having a qualified budget.
Yes.
Do you want to vote on that? I don't want to vote on that.
But also, if you're saying that we're taking our time, I don't like the idea of having our first discussion on a lot of this with public input, and then to be the next item on the agenda is to be voting on it. How are we supposed to take input from the community, right, and get real feedback from people who have concerns and talk about it with 4 out of the 5 of us? And then on the very next item, exact something and put it into play. I just don't like the optics. We did
This
it
is
once
the
before.
third, this is the third board.
No, I'm talking about with opposition feedback, and I'm not saying it's not important. What I'm saying is that it is the special election date the only option. Can we look at pushing something out there? What's the next date?
The next date is, and thank you to Teresa for getting these dates for me, is August 25th. The challenge with this is you have to get, so you host a vote, you hold a vote, you get the results, the results are certified, and then we need to talk to the county to get the tax funds into our coffers so we can pay teachers. The only one where we can get money to actually have in the 25-26 budget is the May election. So any other election, there's August, November, April, and
5
May.
months, right?
Then we would have to wait, until the next school year. There is an option that we've talked with Mimi about of getting a loan from the county, but that would be, there would be a penalty associated with that.
I mean, from what I heard from Cost, is they're not going to support this in its current state. And to me, that's a pretty powerful non-endorsement of something that we know is very important. Obviously, I don't think they're here to penalize the community, but that's what I'm hearing. And I would much rather think about the idea of waiting 4 months and getting opponents on board so we guarantee this thing passes. I'd rather take a 5-month financial hit and have a 9-month tax, a 9-year tax that's really solid than I would maybe getting defeated by 1 or 2% and really having nothing.
But hold on, Mimi said that it could fail, tax fatigue, but they haven't decided their opinion yet. And she also said, we think you have adequate reserves. And that's going to be a misconception that we have to let everybody know that we've been doing through these budget advisory committees, that we do not have adequate reserves
And I
going
think
forward.
one thing just to put on record is right now our third year out is at 5.4%.
Right. With
2% away from the state minimum. And Chris shut his door today and dug his heels into the second interim budget. That number of 5.4 will be lower when we come back in March.
And how much of that includes teacher raises in the next couple of years?
The assumption, the working assumption is a 0% raise for
So that's a non-starter. So again, it's how do we, over the next handful of weeks, make sure we clearly communicate with the community, and this is everybody involved, that these reserves, that this magical money tree that we have, it doesn't exist. Right? We've been saying that, you've been saying that for years. Get your math people in the room, we'll get it. Like, we know that, but we have to communicate and clearly articulate that to everybody in the community. Just because we know it to be true doesn't mean everybody knows that to be true. So that's how we all have to get on the same page, that we do not have adequate reserves. We do if we don't want to pay our teachers anymore. Great. But that's not what that's not why we're here.
I mean,
right? Since I've been on this board, every meeting has been we need more. Yes. So we have 2 years. I just have 2 years of this. You've got a lot more baggage. We have history of people. I get everybody on board. We have names. We have the teachers in the room. We have parents. With the senior opt-out, that's great, and it's not a forever tax. That's the feedback that we heard. Great.
But we really analyzed, there used to be the flat parcel just based on, everyone has a parcel being pays with everything, right? And the way that's going forward that we've been educated about, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the more equitable way to do it is the way that this parcel tax is drafted to look at buildings, which, as one person raised, the empty parcels wouldn't apply because we have to have the structures. But in our conversations with Consult and other people who had to come in here to talk through these things, this is the future of what parcel taxes are going to look like. Am I correct in remembering that correctly?
Yes.
And that when that type of formula is out there, it's actually more well received because of it. It's more equitable for people that might have a small house, but they're paying as much as someone with a big house. And the ones that are going to pay more, correct me if I'm wrong, are places like Red Hill Shopping Center, for example. They're going to pay more because of the property size that's paid there, right? And passing down that tax through renters will probably filter down to a granular size. Am I correct? We've talked about those things as well.
It's hard to decide what a landlord will do, but there's a potential where a landlord assumes a larger tax bill and passes that on to renters, but not all landlords will do that. Some will.
Yeah.
You have to assume.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to assume they will.
Yeah.
But that's valid. I love the idea of the square foot. I think we're on the right page. And I'm not saying no. I'm just saying, are we thinking this through? I mean, I want to poke holes in it, and I want to play devil's advocate to make sure that everybody understands, like, we're trying to think of this all through, and it is going to take a community to get it through. It's no doubt the most important thing that I have ever done in 7 years. Right?
And I also want to ask this, and Chris, you would know this as well. We push this out, we're backing up more into a corner because we have a parcel tax that we've paid for 30 years that's going to be coming up for soon or what?
Our current parcel tax ends in 28.
That's right. So.
And we're going to be asking for that again too.
No, this
would replace it. So you're paying double for those last 2 years, or is it going to take? It's going to replace.
If this moves forward,
it replaces.
The current one is sunsetted,
and the new one is in. So people will benefit, and people will.
So people who are paying for that old one, help me if I'm wrong, will actually benefit more with this new one because they might even be paying less than what they were paying with the old one.
If your square footage is 1384 square feet,
right,
you will be paying the same amount or lower, depend if you have a smaller house than that. If your house is larger than 1384 and 84, it'd be more. The average home in the district is 1901 square feet, which is about a $268 increase from next year's parcel tax. So when you think about the average home owner paying $268 more for $3 million in revenue to pay our teachers, it's an investment in their property value and the community of $268 on average.
Thank you. That's what I just want to make sure that, this is the stuff we need to really be articulate in as we start to move this forward. Yeah, thank you.
And that is in a presentation that I've given at almost every PTA meeting up until this point. I'm going to the Sleepy Hollow Homeowners Association next week, along with the Brookside PTA meeting. I also have a video set and ready to go out based on whatever the board votes on today. I will send that out to all of Parent Square, and I would encourage any person that gets that to forward it on. We'll post it on Nextdoor, and I can't do advocacy once this is on the ballot, but this will be a number one priority for me in terms of information sharing. And we will send informational flyers out. We'll make sure every person in this community knows what this tax is and is clear on it. And I'm happy to meet with anybody who needs to talk through the details.
Oh, I hear you. We're in the same boat. We can't do that as well as trustees, but we do have a selection of parents from all of the schools that are willing to step up and be on committees and start to move this forward. So the education and the information will be out there and be flowing. So that's good to know.
What happens if it doesn't pass?
So I think that's a really good question. So we've got two options to think about today, and this is really, once Charles comes up, he'll have a little bit of a presentation for us. We can elect to move forward with this May or hold it off. Next June would be maybe another option that we might be able to get.
Excuse me, maybe I didn't understand. Maybe you didn't understand my question. I was asking, what if we decide to put it on to the May? We move forward with this parcel tax and it doesn't pass.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking. Not like this vote, but what if the major vote
is taking a long route to get there?
Okay, sorry.
Apologize. If it doesn't get passed in May, we can go back out in next June and go for it again. We might learn some lessons if we go out and don't get it, like what needs to be adjusted. Does the 52 cent need to be 50 cents? Do we need to go back to square footage? So I think there could be learning. The part that worries me is that if we don't get it in 26, we almost have no runway before the current parcel tax runs out. And then So that's where the urgency starts ramping up for me, and where this makes more sense for me personally, but I'm not voting on this. This is a decision that you all get to make.
My concern is in the meantime, if we don't get it passed, we're gonna have to make the cuts.
Yeah, right.
Probably for the next 2 years, and then they won't get raises for the teachers, so that's concerning because we're gonna be hemorrhaging teachers. And then on top of that, we're gonna have to go out and do this again and try and get the support. Meanwhile, we're trying to get people into our classrooms, and they're not gonna want to come, and we don't have necessarily the robust programs we have now. So it's like, you're talking about butts and seats, but if we're getting rid of the programs that bring those butts in.
Yeah, and just imagine that budget committee. Imagine that one.
Yeah.
That's.
And I think you raised a really good question earlier, Ryan, about holistically looking at attendance. And I would give our principals and teachers a lot of credit for the campaign they've done on messaging around attendance this year. I think some of the parents in the room might say maybe a little too good. We've sent a lot of messages around attendance. We are working really hard on enrollment. We've got a new champion of enrollment in Teresa, and we're seeing some positive numbers with enrollment right now. We're also working on our marketing campaign. We canceled the $25,000 marketing budget last year, and we kind of created our own thing between Teresa and I and Rachel and a few other people. We put together the informational pamphlet that the gentleman shared. We'll be doing that 2 times a year for marketing purposes. We're also working with a family at Hidden Valley to put out a video on TK and our middle school to get marketing out, and that cost will be about half of what the $25,000 in the past. So talking about enrollment, talking about attendance, and then information around the budget. So we've got a plan A, parcel tax, and then we have a plan B, budget cuts. So we have a pretty thorough plan around increasing revenue for the long term here. And I think one thing Chris and I have talked about is as we flip in and out of community funded and state fund, we'll start moving deeper into basic aid. And I think as homes start turning over in the community, we'll move deeper into basic aid. So when we start looking 8 and 9 years out, the prospectus looks better for us because the property tax basis will be higher for us. And hopefully, based on what we're doing, the quality teachers, the marketing that we're doing, that enrollment will be higher as well.
Thank you.
It's a good discussion.
Good discussion. Thank
Okay. I'm sorry, I missed this earlier. So is it okay? Did I miss anything? Were you ready to move on to the next item?
Yeah.
Now that we had discussion, sorry about that.
I mean, the important part for the public is we're not allowed to talk about any of these things when we're not here. So you might hear a lot of the discussion. It's because this is the first time we've had this discussion where we're able to share ideas because we have to do all that in the open. So thanks for bearing with that.
All right, so the next item is recommended board approval of resolution 092425, calling a mailed ballot election, establishing specifications of the election order, and requesting consolidation with other elections occurring on May 6, 2025.
Great. So I'll make this really quick. In the first 6 months of my tenure here, there was my main thing was to listen and learn and get to know the community. And 2 really clear things emerged when I talked to parents and teachers and administrators. 1, we have amazing teachers. 2, figure out how to pay our teachers. And that was the marching order. I asked a couple of questions to everybody. What's working in our district? What's not working in our district? And what do you want to see from your next superintendent? What's working in the district was we have great staff. And what you want to see from your next superintendent was find a way to pay our teachers. And Chris did an excellent job with the Budget Advisory Committee meeting this year, which helped us establish a plan B for budget cuts. And then the plan A, when we looked at the budget, it was really a revenue issue. So that's kind of why we're here tonight having this discussion. And I'm happy to turn this over to Charles Heath, who is our consultant with Team Civics, who's helping us along with the parcel tax. Charles, thanks.
Thank you. Good evening. Oh, on now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Charles Heath, Team Civics. I'm the consultant working with you on the parcel tax measure. I've been biting my tongue in the back of the room because a lot of questions and issues have come up that I think I can answer. So I'm going to walk through the presentation that I prepared that will sort of set the context for the resolution that you'll be considering. And as I go, I'll try to answer some of the issues that came up during your discussion. So at your last board meeting earlier in January, we walked through a set of recommendations that we had for what you might consider placing on the ballot this year. And probably the biggest consideration in that set of recommendations is the tax rate to pursue. And what we're trying to accomplish with this measure is two things. One is you do have the expiring parcel tax in 2028. If we're going to go to the ballot with a new parcel tax, the idea is we would also want to renew that funding as well so that we don't have this quick succession of multiple parcel tax elections. That would also, by renewing the existing parcel tax now, provide some budget certainty for the district going forward, so you're not again facing this fiscal cliff just a few fiscal years away. So within that 52 cents per square foot that we're recommending, we can kind of break that into two pieces. There's the first 32 cents, which simply replaces the roughly $4.8 million in revenue you're currently collecting from your parcel tax, right? Then in addition to that, the direction we've received from the district is that your desire is to realize an additional $3 million in new revenue to address your lagging competitive salaries with your employees. So that 20% is, or that 20 cents per building square foot is what would generate that $3 million annually. When you move from a per parcel methodology like you currently have with your parcel tax to a building square footage methodology, and many school districts are doing that around California for equity and fairness reasons, the question becomes, how do you treat those vacant parcels that have taxable land but no building square footage? The approach most school districts use is they set a flat rate that is typically lower than what a developed parcel would pay, under the thinking that building square footage generates students and contributes to the needs of the school district, whereas raw land doesn't. So we're recommending here a $95 per parcel rate for unimproved parcels. I think that sort of makes sense on the fairness level. So when we sort of analyzed that, and Superintendent Graff shared some of this information, and compare what the impact of this new structure would be compared to your existing structure, the average single family home within your district is about 1,900 square feet. So this 52 cent per parcel tax would result in about a $988 a year tax for that average home. If we were to try to generate the same $7.8 million through a per parcel methodology like you currently have, that would require a tax of $1,165. So to generate the same revenue using this methodology, that average home in your district pays less. Other key consideration is the duration of this. In your polling that was conducted last year, you considered a potential in perpetuity tax that would have no set end date. We often find that that's sort of a concerning concept for voters. They like to have the opportunity to revisit the concept of this in the not too distant future. We've typically found that something under 10 years is sort of the sweet spot. It gives voters that opportunity to reassess the need for the measure, but also gives you enough runway to be able to do budget planning, deliver on your promises before you're back out there getting the tax renewed. Because the cost of delivering services goes up every year, many parcel taxes also include a cost of living adjustment. Your current parcel tax is 3% annually. We're recommending continuing that at 3%. Again, that's a pretty common number among parcel taxes here in Marin and elsewhere in the Bay Area. State law allows you to offer 3 exemptions from your tax, one based on age, which is typically homeowners over the age of 65, and also recipients of SSI, Social Security income, and SSDI, Supplemental Security Disability income. The federal government has qualification thresholds based on income and disability. We are recommending that you include all 3 of those legally available exemptions. That way, folks that have a hardship have that option to opt out optionally from the tax. It's not an automatic exemption; they have to apply for it and qualify for it. Lastly, accountability provisions. You're not required in a parcel tax measure to have an independent oversight committee like you have to do in a bond, or to have annual audits, or to preclude the use of funds for administration. We are recommending that you do include those. Those are typically important accountability provisions for voters. And I believe your existing parcel tax includes those provisions as well. So that will continue that general approach. I wanted to answer the question related to, well, how do you actually figure out the building square footage of homes and how is that assessed? So on the county assessor's property tax records, there's a square footage for every single property within the district. That is the number that would be used to calculate the tax for each property on an annual basis. Any of you that have done major construction on your home have probably received a reassessment notice from the county assessor's office. Anytime permits are pulled to change the building footprint or the square footage, the county assessor updates those rolls. So they're fairly accurate and up to date. But the county also has an appeals process. If you get that tax and you feel like it doesn't accurately represent the square footage of your property, there's a mechanism to address that. Also wanted to address the election date question. So yes, May 2025 is your next opportunity to put a parcel tax on the ballot. There are other established election dates throughout the year. As was mentioned, August and November of 2025 are options. But here's the rub. There is a July deadline every year for getting taxes on the next year's property tax bills. So May 2025 is your last opportunity to get this tax on the 25-26 tax rolls. After that, the soonest the tax could go on the rolls and you start generating revenue is the 26-27 fiscal year. So, you all know the urgency of the issue better than I do and can consider, what a year delay in receiving those revenues, but there's no option in between that. It's either this next fiscal year requiring a May election or a whole year later. So let me keep going here. In the resolution that you'll be considering tonight, there's a number of different components. There's the full text of the measure that will be reprinted in the ballot pamphlet that contains all the details on the recommendations that I just walked through. That's reprinted in the ballot pamphlet that's mailed to all voters along with their ballots in a mail ballot election. In the resolution, you'll also see Exhibit A, which is the ballot question. So we took the components of the measure that we've talked about, looked back at your polling, and drafted, working with your legal counsel, this ballot question. This is what will actually appear on ballots. It's formed as a question. This is what voters answer yes or no to when they cast their ballot. This is legally limited to 75 words. This draft is 75 words on the nose.
So the vote will just be yes or no?
The voters vote yes or no to this question. Yes. Shall the Ross Valley School District's measure be adopted? That's essentially the question, and then the rest of the language describes the measure. Yeah. There have been quite a few comments tonight related to voter turnout in a special election this May. There has sort of been an assertion that you see dramatically lower turnout in special elections. I pulled the data so we could kind of validate that assertion. It turns out to be not really true. There has been sort of an assumption that, if we put the measure on a single issue special election ballot, you're going to see much lower voter turnout than if we did a statewide election next year. The next opportunity to do that, and the only statewide election that would get you on the 26-27 tax rolls would be the June primary. So I compared here some recent special parcel tax elections in Marin County and a couple other examples from other parts of the Bay Area, and the voter turnout that they had in those elections compared to the turnout in the same districts in the last gubernatorial primary election, which is analogous to what we'll have in June of 2026. And as you can see here, there's marginal differences in voter turnout, but not dramatic differences. In Novato, they had a March 2023 special election, exactly like you're considering here tonight, compared to the June primary election in 2022, a few percentage points difference and a couple thousand votes difference, but not dramatically different. When we see 70-80% turnout, that's general election turnout in November. So your next opportunity to do that would be November 2026, which is going to delay your receipt of funds by a whole nother year, right? Because now you've tripped over 2 July deadlines to get your tax on the rolls, so now you're not receiving revenue until 27-28. So it's a pretty significant timing consideration there. Are these elections manipulative? Are they trying to sneak issues past voters? I think that's a hard case to make in an era where every single registered voter gets a ballot in the mail and has an opportunity to vote. And as you can see, they turn out at similar rates than they do in regularly scheduled statewide elections. There's even an example on there at the bottom, Orinda Union School District, that's where my kids go to school. We had a special parcel tax election where voter turnout was higher than in the statewide primary election. So I would also argue that when you have a single issue on the ballot and not dozens of issues like we do in the statewide elections, there's more focus on the issue, and in some ways it's more transparent. So I don't put a lot of stake in those arguments that special elections are somehow anti-democratic or manipulative. Lastly, I'll just talk you through the timeline that we're looking at here. So the first step in the parcel tax process is assessing the feasibility. That's really the process you went through last summer when you worked with Godby Research to conduct a poll. Based on that, we gleaned a lot of information that's gone into developing this measure. As has been discussed tonight, the school district has a limited opportunity to provide impartial information to the public. The mailing that was described as part of that effort, it can't advocate for the measure, but it just educates and informs people about your budget, where you stand in terms of teacher compensation and other related issues, but it has to stop short of any advocacy. Tyler's presentations to the PTAs and other community groups are part of that awareness building effort. So that's been ongoing concurrent to the development of the measure. So here tonight, the resolution that you're considering is really the culmination of the district's planning effort to prepare a measure for the ballot. And if you vote to adopt the resolution, that moves us into a separate phase in the process, which is the independent advocacy campaign. So as we've discussed, by law, no public resources, no district resources can be used to advocate for the passage of the measure. So tonight, if you adopt the resolution, we hand this process off to a community campaign group that takes the process forward, and any advocacy in favor of the measure has to be privately funded and coordinated using volunteers, no district staff time, no district facilities, no district resources of any kind. The timeliness of this decision is really being driven by the fact that the resolution calling this election has to be delivered to the county elections office at least 88 days prior to election day. So for this May election, February 7th is that deadline. So this is your last board meeting to consider the resolution before that deadline passes. So that's why we're here having this conversation tonight. So that's what I have to share, and happy to answer any other questions you have.
I have a question. I understand that the reason for this May date is so that we get funds faster if it's approved, right? If we did go to August, or we pushed it back, or even in the example of where you pushed it back to 2027 or 2028, you start collecting tax though. Like we would receive the money from the May to August, or from that time where the vote passed. We just might not get the funds for a certain period of time. Is that correct?
No. So once the voters approve the tax, then it goes on the subsequent year's property tax bills. So you can't retroactively assess that tax if you're in the middle of one of those property tax years. So for example, if the voters adopt this tax in May of 2025, then it starts being collected in the property tax bills that go out in October of 2025.
So it's almost like a penalty if you don't get it in. It's not like you can retro grab this to that date and we can borrow against the future.
Nope, you cannot. There are borrowing mechanisms where you can borrow against future anticipated revenues, but
you're not going to receive those until that next property tax bill.
Yeah,
1 year.
Yeah, 1 year. Makes sense.
We heard public comment tonight, and also received email communication about this, but we have a flat rate in there of $95 for unimproved parcels, so parcels that don't have any buildings on them. And you're saying that's because they're not sending children to school since there's nobody living in empty lots, basically. So my question is I know our attorneys had an opinion on this as well, but I know it doesn't have to be $95. That was a number that we picked. It needs to be lower. According to our attorneys, it needs to be lower than, it just has to be lower, I guess. But it doesn't, it's kind of a gray area, but what is the reasoning for picking just 95 or landing on 95? Because I did some research on this, and I just pulled different school districts and what they were doing when they had the per square footage and what they were charging for their flat rates for them. And so some didn't charge anything at all. There were a couple of school districts that don't charge anything. Several of them charged $25. The highest one I found was Alameda Unified School District, who charges $2.99 a flat rate. So I was just wondering, what
299?
$299
$299.
flat rate, yeah. But my concern was like, hey, if you have a house that's like 900 square feet, you'd be paying less than if we were keeping it at our, I mean, if we charge the people who have unimproved parcels the same rate they're paying now, a house that is like 700 square feet would be paying less than they would be paying in their rate.
Right.
And so there's legality issues with that. But my question is, okay, so maybe it's not 700 that they're currently paying, but could it be more than the 95? And what are your recommendations on maybe adjusting that number up? Because
Sure.
that does bring like a $236,000 cut to what those parcels have been previously paying.
Yep. So you have 487 unimproved parcels in your district, right? So if we want to do the math, that's how you can figure out the revenue.
Yeah.
So state law requires that parcel taxes be applied uniformly across all parcels, right? And so a square footage tax rate that is applied uniformly across all square footage, that's uniform, obviously. Per parcel is uniform because it's an equal rate that's applied uniformly. The question becomes, how do you deal with unimproved parcels? There's no perfect methodology to deal with it. You've cited some examples about how other districts have done it. Some are just silent on the topic and just don't assess those parcels. That certainly would be an option. I think assessing those undeveloped parcels at a rate, similar or greater to what a built-out parcel is paying sort of breaks with the uniformity of just the logic and the structure of the measure. So I think that's why setting it at a lower amount. But there is no magic to $95. One consideration I have, and I'll back up here and look at our ballot question, for a lot of voters, this is probably the most important thing they're going to read as they determine how to vote. And there's a lot of numbers in here already in terms of the cents per square foot, total proceeds raised, the 3% annual adjustments. I become concerned that if we have a number in there that's $500 or even $299 or something like that, it's an opportunity for confusion where voters say, well, is that $299 on top of the 52 cents? And you can see how that could kind of go sideways quickly. So I prefer something that's more of a nominal number, just because I think it's simpler for people to get their heads around and it becomes less of a point of concern. But you can set that rate at any amount that you feel is comfortable as long as it meets that uniformity standard.
Which is a little bit like not set in stone.
It's not black and white.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if you start pushing it to where you have like a tiny condo and they're kind of on par with the same fees, then you're running into those issues.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, so an 1,100 square foot house would pay just over $500 in this scenario.
Okay.
And if you set the unimproved parcel at next year's current parcel tax rate, it'd be $720. So you'd be paying almost $200 more at an unimproved parcel than an 1,100 square foot home is. And certainly there are some homes in San Anselmo and Fairfax that are even smaller than that. So when we reached out to the lawyers, they did say that there could be a legal challenge if that, discrepancy starts to come into focus. So
I just wanted to bring it up since I heard it tonight. I only got emailed about it, so I want to bring that up. Do we have any other questions?
For us or for him?
For questions for William, and I'm going to go out to public comment after that. No?
Charles, a lot of people that talked in opposition to this talked about tax fatigue. Was that something you saw in maybe those polling numbers previously?
Yes, there certainly is an element of tax fatigue, and we saw that in your polling. Your numbers were sort of in the high 50% range to low to mid 60% range. So a campaign is going to have to try to generate additional support on top of that to get the measure over the top. How much of that is tax fatigue or other issues is impossible to know specifically. Although I will say that the passage rate for parcel taxes in the November 2024 election was over 90% statewide, and the vast majority of taxes that were on the ballot here in Marin County were approved despite the warnings of a tax tsunami and that they were all going to go down in defeat. I mean, I think there's always an impact with the cumulative taxes that people are asked to vote on, but I haven't seen any indication that voters have just turned off to taxes. And what we typically see, if there's anything that voters are willing to tax themselves for, it's usually public education or public safety, right? And so you have excellent schools here, they produce tremendous property values, and so I think that if they're going to vote for any tax, it's this type of tax.
And I guess we'd have to rely on our campaign to educate the voters that this eventually will replace the current parcel tax that isn't as equitable as this one, right?
Yeah, that's part of the message.
Because that really can't go in there, that's a little too much verbiage, but.
Yeah, we're limited by 75 words. There's only so much you can say.
Yeah.
I will say if you look at the resolution you're adopting tonight, there's a part of Exhibit B, which is the full text that is mailed to all voters.
Yeah.
It's actually at the end of Section B. It describes how if this measure is approved, it will replace Measure E from 2018, starting June 30th, 2025, and continuing for 9 years.
Great.
Do you have any more questions for Charles? Okay. With that, I'm going to go out to public comment. So if you would like to comment, do we have comment cards for that, Susan? Any comment cards? No? Okay. If you would like to make public comment, yes, thank you, Charles. If you would like to make public comment, just raise your hand and come on up and let us know who's talking to us.
Michael McIntosh, one happy Tet, so I'll be running out of here afterwards. My wife is Vietnamese. What I wanted to bring up in listening to this discussion, I agree kind of what Ryan said. There is nobody in your district that does not want to see the teachers better compensated. Our concerns is really the administrative overburden. So I mean, I would love to have a disclosure to the public, how many teachers do you have? And how many people do you have to support administrative staff? If they're receiving half the money the teachers are receiving, there might be a matrix of proportionality that would be very disclosing. Additional thing, if you need the tax right now and you're fearful of waiting, okay, I agree too, if you get a better buy-in, you have a better chance. And I think there's a lot of problems until you define how and what you're going to be taxing for this 52 square feet. Split it. Go for right now. Increase your vacant parcel tax, and I have one, and get that on the ballot right now. Just agree to get that done. I think you get buy-in from everybody. But refine your square footage. And really, in an overall picture, if this board told me that all these funds were going to be allocated to the teachers, not just thrown into the general fund, so they get this increase, but everybody gets this increase. Or say like, oh, we need this money for the teachers. And this really happens when funds are taken out of the general fund for fire, police, school, or anything else. We have a shortfall because really it's supporting the pensions, the pre-existing pensions, which is the greatest burden for your administrative staff. So if instead you made sure that these funds didn't allow you to say, oh, we've got this now covered for the teachers, so we have more room to take out more things. Because remember, when you have a balanced budget, you have to provide this for all your pensions at your full rate. And last but not least, I do question, and I'm sure Charles could articulate this better, but it is my impression that when you use public purpose bonds, and we're all talking about building affordable housing, that you are exempt from these school measures and different impact fees. So again, you're actually benefiting the developers that are making very large buildings because we're talking about building more or needed more and more affordable housing. So if you look at splitting your parcel tax, push the vacancy right now, you know a fixed amount that you can balance your budget with. You can then refine your language on how you're taxing and get your community buy-in. You could look to make sure that these funds now and in the future are not thrown into your general fund so that they're always allocated for the increase of the teachers and protected by the teachers and not used to support pensions which disproportionately favor your administrative staff. The third one, do look into what is exempt. Deed restricted properties, I believe, are exempt. So again, you're profiting the developers that least need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. So here you have, as one of your colleagues pointed out, on the heels of the first public hearing, a push. We've got to vote on this, otherwise we're not going to have this. So we've got to make maybe a bad decision because, and no offense, I mean, everyone's trying their best. But what hasn't been brought up here is what the costs of defeat are. I think one of your colleagues did bring up community perception. But what is the monetary cost of this consultant? How much are they charging you and how much will they charge you and how much is the bond disclose, the tax attorney? How much are you spending if you do this and you lose? And then you handicap the ability to actually pass it going forward by getting the community buy-in. How many teachers could be funded? The public deserves to know how much you're spending. In Fairfax, they wouldn't tell us. We asked. There were multiple inquiries and they wouldn't tell us what the bond disclosure attorney or what the bond consulting firm was charging. I suggest that you weigh what these costs are and think about how you could bridge. I heard you loud and clear that, hey, you know what, we really could use this money now. Well, I could really use the money for other things too, but I don't get to make that decision. It sounds like you've got a 2 or 3 year possibility and maybe there's other alternatives where you could get private donations, kiddo, things like that, where you could save the music program. I think if you want to make it pass, you need to defer this tonight and get the best ideas in the community so you're not just trying to get it passed. Because I think you're gonna get opposition to what's being put forth right now. I understand it's the easy, quick fix, but there's a cost to this, and maybe a big, big cost by disenfranchising the community and getting opposition to it. Thank you.
Please, yeah, just say your name so people listening know who's speaking. Thank you.
Hi, I am Dara Matson, and I was not planning on speaking tonight at all. My heart is racing. I'm feeling super emotional and nervous to be up here. But I just feel so compelled to speak to all of you guys and look you in the eye and have the teachers. I'm gonna get emotional, but these teachers that are gonna all get up in the morning and teach my kids. And it's 10 o'clock at night, and we didn't get here overnight. It's been a long road to get here. These conversations have been going on. And some of the questions that have been brought up, why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? Maybe there's more than one way to skin a cat, but here we are here. And it's time to move forward. And I hope hearing that presentation, Ryan, kind of settled you or made you feel more comfortable with the decision to move forward with the May ballot. I've just been taking notes. It's all making sense to me. And as a mom and part of this community and someone who moved here a few years ago, targeted San Anselmo because of the schools. We were living in San Rafael and we moved to San Anselmo when my oldest was about to turn 6 and go into public school district. And that's why I'm here. And there's a lot of moms in this district and we can't, or parents I should say, and we can't just have a district full of parents who live here and have kids and that's why they're here. And I just feel like the time is now, and it's time to move forward. I'm so fearful of what's to come if this doesn't happen. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anna Twig. I have 2 kids at Manor. I also volunteer for everything from school lunch, garden, budget advisory committee, parcel tax committee. I know it's 10 o'clock, but I thought I'm gonna take 1 more minute and say, we have been planning, right? There is a parcel tax committee of parents that are ready to go. This is not like it came out of nowhere. It's really absolutely needs to happen. We can't just not pay teachers comparable to what neighbors are paying. We just cannot. We cannot come August have teachers positions that we can't fill because they go into other districts. It's not a thing that we can wait a year or 2 or a year and a half. We are here at the point where we need to be able to pay teachers comparably at least. And we are nowhere close to have like some reasonable salary. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about being able to hire teachers. We have been talking about it, we have been planning about it. We are ready to go. And because of all these like rules and regulations, when we can't talk about, we can start doing things, but we are ready. And the people are ready, parents are ready. And you know, I pay more taxes on my Fairfax house than several of my neighbors combined. It will be paying me that I have to pay even more. But kids deserve this. Kids need to have teachers that could, you know, should be able to leave and pay their bills. There is no other way around it. There is no magic extra money that's gonna maybe come from the buildings that might be built in 2027, 2029. We don't have a luxury of waiting till 2027 to find out if we're gonna have more revenues from maybe the kids that may or may not come, and the buildings that may or may not get built. I mean, it's just, time is now, like right now. So then we all go to sleep and go to work.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for another opportunity. Pascal Sisich. Appreciate the conversation, really good points. I was really drawn by what you said, Ryan, about is this the time and how do you bring this forward? It's not about the teachers not getting paid and recognized. And I speak from a place of just burnout, and that's the tax fatigue that everybody's been talking about. Keep in mind, we're all about to get multiple, several time increases in our homeowners insurance, if not canceled outright. And when I look at my tax budget, my home ownership budget, you know, my homeowners insurance now is maybe $1,400 a year, which I understand is really good. I have a small house. It's going to go, I have no doubt it's going to go to $5,000 or more if it's even available. So I'm going to look at that and I'm going to go, if that happens by May when my tax bill, my insurance gets renewed, I'm going to be even more in a position of saying I can't pay anything more. But the thing that I think, if you pass this tonight, and I think you will, is you really should not ignore this concept of administrative burden. You know, if your superintendent's making $250,000 a year, I look at that and go, great, high 3 years of pension, that's going to be a lifetime amount of money for a district that is tiny. So do not sweep this under the rug, this idea that, oh, you know, we're going to ignore criticism about why are not all these districts combining. Because that's the first thing my letter to the editor is going to say is, why is a 1,600 student district have all this administrative burden? Why aren't you talking to the district over? Tell us, educate me as to why you can't do that. And if you can do that, I might support it. But if you can't make that argument where you sweep it under the rug, you're not going to get the vote. It's not about not supporting the students and the teachers. It's about getting rid of inefficiency. And that's what I really encourage you to do if you bring this forward. Thank you.
Great.
Future Pfeffer again, Manor parents and homeowners taxes would be increased. I appreciate the question to Charles about the unimproved parcel rate and the explanation. It still doesn't make sense to me for why the whole premise of an unimproved parcel shouldn't have to pay. Why not? It's still a sellable piece of land. They're still getting the increase in their home and property values that's associated with being in a school district that is well staffed and pays its teachers. Their property will be worth more if everybody else is paying more in taxes and improving the schools. Why are they, suddenly exempt from this? I don't know why that sort of thinking wouldn't apply to, why is a parent with 4 kids in the district, but in a 2,000 square foot home paying less than somebody with no kids in the district in a 2,500 square foot home? You could just keep going back and forth that way. I think the per square foot is the best shot we have at getting something equitable, but I don't think that means we should exempt unimproved parcels as if they're not getting a benefit. Specifically on the point about confusing people with numbers, I looked at the 2018 ballot, and with it, you get the county council's impartial analysis of the measure, and in it, there's a section that says, should this measure not pass, the current annual parcel tax of $458 authorized back in 2012 will expire on X date. So it specifically says the old rate. So people are going to see, if we don't pass this, people will just be paying this old rate of $700 instead of $95. I think that's confusing as well, going back and having that in there. And someone just said it's not about the teachers, but it absolutely is. If we pass this and all the money goes to the teachers, which it is earmarked, you could just read, for the teachers, they're still going to be underpaid. They're still going to be burdened. People are talking about a tax burden, and all the examples we're hearing are not taxes. Prices have increased across the board, not taxes. They're prices that everybody has to pay, including the teachers who are making less than half of the area median income. It's really bizarre, and you can't affect how this is going to. You can't predict how this is going to affect renters. But I just want to point out, landlords have it both ways when they say, "Oh no, we should be able to set our prices based on the market rate, what a buyer, what a renter is willing to pay," but also our price is set based off every incremental cost. Which one is it? Thank you.
All right, do you have any additional public comment?
Okay, I wasn't gonna speak either, but I feel compelled also. My name is Anna Marsh. I'm a parent at Wade Thomas. I feel excited that we're here because I also have been a part of the process. I was on the budget advisory committee, and it's just it's like I feel like it's happening, and all of the work that everybody has done. But also, I've talked to so many parents at school, and they are just ready to go. Let's do it. Give me the information, give me a script to go to my neighbor's house. People are ready. They know we haven't received very much information yet because it has not been approved by the board yet. But everybody I know, all the parents, they know that I come to my friends, they know I come to these meetings, they know I'm involved, they ask me, and people are ready. So many parents are just, they know, they want it, we're ready to go. So I think with that energy, the momentum, I don't think waiting, it would do anything. From my opinion, because I know people, they want it now. We're ready to support the teachers. We don't want there to be any lull in it. It's let's just do it. Let's get everybody the information and educate parents and community members on, how best to go talk to your neighbors and how best, what we can do. But there's going to be a lot of support. I have no doubt of that. And then it's going to be finding ways to support, to communicate it. I mean, that's going to be really like where we should be focusing our energy. Like, let's get this done and then move on to get it passed. Anyway, thank you.
Last call for public comments. All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for discussion.
I have nothing further to say.
Can I share one thought about
Yes.
something I heard a couple of times today is the idea of district consolidation. I know this is a conversation that's been going on, particularly with Southern Marin, for quite some time. And I'd like to put on record that districts can't make that decision. It actually has to be started by community members and led through a vote. So there is no option for me or the board to start a campaign to combine us with Miller Creek and Larkspur Court. That actually has to come from citizens. And there have been efforts in the past to get that started, and it hasn't gone anywhere. So
Actually, there is the E2 collaborative, which talks about this, and I sit on that committee too. So this is a countywide thing that's already been in discussion of consolidating the 17 districts, and we talk about the things that you're talking about. It already is in play. People recognize the duplication of services. It's the same argument against the charter schools. It's a duplication of services, so it's an overtax. So that's already in the way at the county level. It's called the E2 Collaborative if you want to look it up.
Thanks, Ryan.
I was gonna say, and not only that, but a lot of times there's community pushback and they don't want to consolidate because there are other ones that have higher parcel taxes, they have far higher property tax bases.
Yeah.
And it's not in their best interest financially to combine with other districts that are lower than them. And there's almost never like districts that are on par financially as far as tax bases and as far as parcel taxes.
Yeah, that's right.
And on top of that, when I was at the School Services of California Summit last week with Chris and Tyler, we learned that Marin County actually did a study on this. I knew this from prior. They did a study and decided it wasn't really gonna be that efficient and save that much money to combine districts. However, we also realized when we were watching these slides that Marin County Office of Education receives a fair amount of money for every single district they have. So they are disincentivized to combine districts at the county level because they get more money for every single district they have. If they have more districts, they get more money. So for us to consolidate, it's not in their best interest, and they're also the ones who put out the study. So if you're interested in it and you're a community member who's particularly driven, you might want to look into which ones are more aligned, which districts are interested in that, and then find the community members and then come to us. Because, I mean,
we're open to it.
I have no problem consolidating. It means like, hey,
Completely.
I may not have to serve up here. I mean, I like being here at 10:20 at night. So, you know, there are other ways, but it can't come from us for that. And I'm not opposed to it, and I have no problem with that, and I see the logic in it, but it's also not our role. So just wanted to clarify that.
And I want to say one more thing. I want to really say that seniors can opt out of paying this tax. When I hear of the burden to our older citizens, the fear of paying more taxes, remember, you can vote in favor of it and it won't impact you financially if you choose to opt out. Some don't, which is great. But just wanted to put that out there.
Well, my thoughts were pretty much voiced. I really want to pound in the concept that I can't stress how important this is. That doesn't mean that my attitudes and my questions are not trying to align with your passion. It's trying to awaken the importance of doing this properly. I don't like to hurry and do something wrong, but I think my objections in discussing this and bringing this out to our forum can also show the level of work that other people have put forward to get us to this point. I would prefer to push it off to get more community buy-in, because when we first brought this up, that was the first thing I said, is we need to bring all the stakeholders in. But then, the one thing that hits me, at some point you gotta let your kid ride the bike. You walk them, you talk them, you put on the knee pads, you put them on the bike and you hold the back and you run in this awkward thing. Eventually you gotta let the kid ride the bike. And, I think that if there's passion, and that's the community and the teachers, in the famous words of Anna Marsh, she's ready to go, let's do it. That's kind of where I sit.
Great segue.
All right, and with that, do we have any further discussions? If not, I will entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion to recommend that we approve 092425, calling for a mailed ballot election, establishing the specifications of the election order and requesting consolidation with other election occurring on May 6, 2025.
I will second.
You have a first and a second, Ryan.
Aye.
Chris.
Aye.
Daniel.
Aye.
Rachel. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go get it.
Let's do this.
Hopefully everybody sticks around for our next topic, the school lunch program. Next school lunch, breakfast.
Where are you going?
We'll be here.
That's amazing. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Do you guys need to stop and go to the bathroom?
Nope, I'm ready to
Just ready to go? Push through? Okay, all right. So
We promised to move quick through this.
okay, so the next item is authorization to go out to bid for National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program.
So this item is actually in recognition of everything that has been happening with our school lunch program, and just the level of meals that are being served. Clearly the kids don't like them as much as they should, and also parents may not like them as much as they should as well. And so we are looking to see if there is another vendor that would be willing to provide meal service to our children. And so that's what this is doing. It allows us to go out for that.
All right. Do we have any questions for Chris?
My understanding is that the pool is so limited that, are we doing the same thing we did last year and we wind up still with the same vendor,
That
Yeah,
may very
okay.
well
Yeah,
happen.
but it's great that,
I will be looking to see if there are others out there, and we actively sent it out to previous vendors in the area, and we'll do the same thing to see if there are any takers that would be willing to provide a proposal to us.
All right. Do you need approval for that?
Yes,
Okay.
we're seeking
Oh,
proposal.
wait, we have to go for public comment before.
Public
Do we have more
comments
questions?
on the school lunches?
Do we have more questions?
We're gonna be here till 1 a.m.
Anna's bringing breakfast right now. That's okay. She's got breakfast.
We have questions.
Yes, Anna Twig, then a parent. Lagunitas has farm to school lunches starting this year, and the difference for the kids is unbelievable. They all line up to get the lunch, they eat, the teachers take how the kids come not grumpy, they're ready to go, they're learning versus hungry. Hungry kids can't learn. They got a grant from kitchen facilities improvement from the California state. They got a grant from Measure A from Marin County. They made it happen without any bond money or any of those big things that we have to ask parents for and community for. And I would love for us to consider not just sending it out to the same vendor. Lunchmaster has been so terrible. We're teaching kids how we need to be zero waste, and then we bring them lunch where every slice of apple is packaged in cellophane. Every single slice. It's garbage. The food is like, when I volunteer for lunch, kids come to me like, this pizza is rotten, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I probably wouldn't eat either, and I'm sorry. And that kid is going back to classroom hungry. They have nothing else to eat. They're hungry, and hungry kids can't learn. And so what I really want to encourage Chris and everyone is that, no, we're not just sending it back to the same vendor. we need to see other ways to do it. And Lagunitas district shows us a perfect example how this could be done much better without any bond money. And I do want us to start thinking and looking more into, are we leaving money on the tables by not applying to any grants? Last year, for example, there was $565 million California Department of Education had grants just for improving kitchens in schools. Did we apply? No. There were 117 millions of funding for greening schoolyards. Did we apply? No. I'm not saying all grants get approved. I wrote lots of grants in my life as a scientist. But if we never apply for anything, we're sure not going to get any of that money. Yes, it's one-time money, but we need that. That's the money we need to make those kind of improvements. Like even if the state recognizes that, we need to do better feeding and have all these grants, why are we not participating in any of this? Like none of them. Like Santa Fe Elementary got $200 million grant just so they can teach kids about the importance of eating vegetables and adding more vegetables to the diet. $200,000. Like we did not pay any of them. Zero. And so I would encourage you to see what are other ways for us to improve how we can feed the kids. This especially goes for the poor kids that otherwise have zero food to eat. They're going back to classroom hungry. Lunchmaster food is really, really bad. We gotta do better. We could do better if we put effort and focus on it rather than just, sending it out again. Lunchmaster.
Thank you.
One of the things that
Do we have any additional public comment? No.
I agree.
Thank you. All right, I see another head nodding as well. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
One of the things that Tyler and I did is we went and we visited Sausalito Marin School District, who also has Conscious Kitchen, and I visited also by myself Lagunitas School District, and the intent was to look at their food service program under Conscious Kitchen, and unfortunately, with those programs, our kitchens are not large enough. We don't have the facilities to be able to provide those types of meals. Having been in a district where I was the CBO for a number of years with 10 schools, where we provided meals at every school. We had a robust breakfast and lunch program. I know what the sizes of the kitchens are, and I was looking also at the sizes of the kitchens that both Lagunitas and Sausalito Marin School District use. And for example, our kitchen at White Hill was about roughly the size of the storage space at Sausalito Marin. Didn't even include the actual kitchen. So that's just an example. We would need to have refrigeration. We'd need to have freezer space. There's a lot of things that we don't have the facilities for that we would have to actually build up that infrastructure.
I wonder if there's a happy medium between having facilities to accommodate chefs to having meals like this prepared, green and available and fresh. They make great foods. I'm very familiar with the program, and Waters is behind it and everyone. But is there a way that they could package the foods like they've done on airplanes? Like they took the concept of the chef in the sky to a new level. It's hard. I mean, we've tried to do school lunches ourselves and push for that, but I can't advocate for my kid to eat white flour all day, But let's keep looking. Let's keep trying. I think that these are great ideas that we've obviously explored, but
I think some of the feedback that when I went out earlier in the year and said, what is the district not doing well? this was like one of the top concerns that I heard from families and with kids. I do think we have the opportunity to think a little more creatively and go find grants and see if there's something else we can do. I think I've heard loud and clear from students and parents that Lunchmaster is really an option we should move away from, and we'll do everything we can to move on that. We just have to find the narrow window on something we can actually do.
And we can laugh about it. I mean, I laugh about it, but the reality is sometimes it's the only true meal some kids are getting in the day. And I think we have to really understand that we have a population of children that are relying on these free lunches to really be meaningful for them. So I think that would be a great idea. I would support that.
So, do you have any further discussion among the board members? If not, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
So moved.
Great. Do I have a second?
Aye.
All right. Ryan?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Daniel?
Aye.
Rachel? Aye. Thank you, Chris. And moving on, recommended approval of the agreement with
Point
the
of order.
I think we have to, yeah.
Can you make a motion to continue the meeting past 10:30?
Yes, thank you for catching that. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yes. Second.
All right. Ryan?
No.
No. Chris?
Aye.
Daniel?
It's gonna be quick.
It's gotta be quick.
Aye.
All right, Rachel. Aye. Sorry for Ryan. Okay, so
I told you I'm always going to vote on that.
I know.
Okay, let's go.
I did think about that one tonight. All right, recommended approval of the agreement with the San Rafael City Schools to provide services to ensure compliance under the Extended Learning Opportunities (ELOP) program at Ross Valley School District.
And this is me again.
Super quick.
Yeah, I will make it quick. So as you heard within the audit, there's lots of requirements related to the ELOP program. We have implemented the program, and what we're going to do is ensure that the compliance, because it is a very complex beast, and the San Rafael City Schools has a robust ACES program prior to having the ELOP program, which is how it's run. It's the same. And so what they'll be able to do is provide those same mechanisms, working with the YMCA to ensure that we meet all of the criteria that we need. And so that's what we're asking, is just to allow for that. And it is an amount not to exceed, did I not put that in there?
15,000.
15,000.
So the long and short of this is support from San Rafael to help us get more low-income students into extended learning before and after school programs.
Do we have any questions? No? All right, do we have any public comment? Nope. Okay. Back for board discussion. Any comments on this one?
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say, after reading the audit report, I was like, oh yeah, this is the one that we were dinged for, so, okay. I will entertain a motion on this item.
I'd recommend that we approve the agreement with the San Rafael City Schools to provide services to ensure compliance under the Extended Learning Opportunities Program at Ross Valley School District.
I will second that, so Daniel.
Aye.
Rachel, aye. Ryan?
Aye.
Chris? All right, moving on. Recommended approval of the 2025-26 and 2026-27 school calendars.
That one's mine. Yeah, super happy to be bringing 2 years of calendars to the board, and both of these calendars are what I would effectively call a rollover calendar. They're very similar to this year's calendars. The only thing that really changes is the placement of the fall PD day, which we are placing with absenteeism in mind. And so just trying to find on the first one, it's next to the local holiday in that one. And so so that there won't be a gap day where like a Thursday is a holiday and then a Friday you're back in school again. There were a lot of absences on that day this year, not surprisingly. The calendar is built by our teacher leadership team, they give input, admin gives input. It's already gone out just to be shared and give knowledge for our classified and certificated staff. And we recommend approval of the calendars, after which we will translate them into Spanish and send them out to the community.
Am I missing Rosh Hashanah, or what was the Was it Yom
Yom
Kippur? I saw Yom Kippur. Is it still on our calendars?
Yes.
I don't see
It's
it.
not named as the actual holiday.
It's a local
we call it
holiday.
a local holiday.
Okay.
We don't put any, religious
So it
holidays
would
on
be
our
the 20th. I'm
calendar.
just making sure that what I'm looking at is, because I see Veterans Day and stuff like that, but make sure that it's.
Yeah, because
okay.
that's a federal holiday, national holiday.
Yeah, I was going to ask about
It's different.
the Veterans Day because it falls on a Tuesday next
Let's
year
go.
and a Wednesday the next year.
Let's go
And I,
with, like,
and I know a lot
bad.
of businesses don't, it's a burden on parents if businesses aren't closed and their kids are just out on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. So is there any way of recognizing that on a Monday or a Friday?
The veterans are very clear that they want to be recognized on Veterans Day.
And federal services are closed that day.
Yeah, okay.
So I
Yeah,
can
they gotta
babysit
eat
your
mics.
kids. Because I'm off.
No, but otherwise, a good job, like just looking at that a little more closely,
Yeah, it's a good
going,
question.
Yeah, and it's in alignment with the TAM calendar.
That was my next
That's
question.
really how we're choosing it, and before we started taking that as a holiday, there were really high rates of absenteeism on that day. So we're still at 180 student days, we still have 3 professional development days, a number of teacher work days, days at the end that are kind of held in place in the event that we have a school closure.
All right.
Great.
Do you have any public comment on the school calendars? Nope. Okay,
We'll
seeing
make a
none.
motion to approve the 25, 26, and 26, 27 school calendar.
Fantastic. Did we have any discussion that we had further? No?
No.
Okay, just check it. Okay. Then I have a first, do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Great. All right. Ryan,
Aye.
Daniel,
Aye.
Chris,
All right.
Rachel, I, and we have 2 skilled calendars. Thank you. And moving on, recommended approval of resolution 072425 and the annual accounting of the 2023-24 developer fees in Fund 25, Government Code Section 66001D and 66006B. There you go. Go ahead. I think that's Chris.
So this was a information item on the December board meeting, and it's up for approval this evening as a resolution. So it's the exact same item, just with an approval. And this is something that has to be done annually.
Any questions for Chris? Is there any public comment? No? All right. Any discussion? All right, I will entertain a motion on this item.
Motion that we approve resolution 07. What is it?
2425.
Yeah, 2425 and the annual accounting of the 23-24 developers fee.
Great.
I will second.
Fantastic. Daniel?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Rachel? Aye. All right, so we have approved that. Thank you, Chris. And we have consent actions. Did anybody have anything they wanted to pull out of here? Or if not, I will. Actually, do we have any questions? No comments? Do we have any public comment? No. Okay.
On the consent calendar.
Okay.
Just because it includes all the financial and budget reports. PJ and Pepper again for recording. Just quickly, was hoping that in the reports we could see if the children's center money is going to start being spent and what the plans are for that. It's not doing anybody any good for it to just sit in an account unspent. And just given the previous item about the lunch masters, I would expect kitchen expansion would be a capital improvement that would qualify for the use of that funds. I know it wasn't on the survey done later, but if we're looking for projects that could be done quicker and integrate with other things that the schools are spending money on. Thank you.
Thank you.
How was that consent?
I don't, yeah. Consent actions. So no more public, you have no public comments on consent. Okay. So I will entertain a motion on the consent items.
So moved.
I will second. Ryan.
Aye.
Rachel, aye. Daniel.
Aye.
Chris.
Aye.
Okay, so consent is approved. Board business, committee updates, reports from and announcements by trustees. I'll just say I've been really busy. I've been doing a lot of school events and a lot of parent club events, and I'll leave it at that. I also went to the school services budget workshop on Tuesday last week.
Thanks, PJ.
Good night.
which was informative. And also, I was surprised at how much I actually knew. I was like, oh, I thought I'd be in over my head. And I was like, actually, I knew exactly what's going on. So that was refreshing. Thank you, Chris, for my education over the last 5 years. And I will get that.
I missed the joint safe route to schools because I was on an airplane. But from my understanding, I followed up afterwards, and there was not a lot up there, but to discuss. But hopefully the next meeting I'll be able to make, and I'll also have to report. But just want to let everybody know I was there in spirit.
Oh, I forgot. I was at the Yes Board meeting,
I
and
know.
there is a Fairfax art show going on right now with our
Don't worry
RVSD
about it.
students.
Don't worry about it.
Anyone else? No? Okay. I will move on to approval of regular meeting minutes for December 18th, 2024. If we...
They looked fine to me.
Yeah, they look good to me too. I will make a motion that we approve the board meeting minutes for December 18th, 2024.
So moved.
Great. Rachel, aye. Chris?
Aye.
Daniel?
Aye.
And Ryan?
Abstain.
Okay. And next item is approval of the special meeting minutes for January 8th, 2025.
Yeah, I got no changes for me.
Me neither. Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve the January 8th, 2025 special board meeting minutes. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Great. Rachel, aye. Daniel?
Yeah,
Chris?
Aye.
And Ryan?
Abstain.
All right, so that passed too. And then superintendent cabinet report updates.
I'll just say that I've been exceptionally busy, and last week the highlight of maybe my year so far was subbing over at Hidden Valley, getting to interact with kids and staff and parents, and it was just really, really wonderful. I'm looking forward to subbing in all the other schools. And then the next 2 days I'll be down in Monterey for a superintendent's summit, which I'm really excited to go learn from other superintendents. Cabinet members, any updates?
Nothing in the interest of time.
All right then. All right, with that, meeting review, future board topics and board direction. Anything we wanted to direct anybody on? All right, so I move on to meeting debrief. Any feedback, comments? Thank you for catching me on my mistakes. I'm very tired today, so I appreciate all the help running the meeting.
Ryan, I just love just having a discussion and really talking about these things. I love those talks. You know?
Well, I mean, literally, on the record, there is nothing more important than actually doing the business of the people in front of the people.
Absolutely.
And one of the biggest cuts that I've received in the past is we have had a lot of unanimous votes. And when people see unanimous votes without discussion, they just have to assume that we're not doing independent research and we're not coming to, decisions in public. So public disagreement and the airing of grievances of others is equally as important to bring them out, whether you feel as though they're valid or not, in order to gain the public's trust. And we need it for this. That's why I did it.
Well, I appreciate it. It was helpful to have a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that we can all talk and maybe very much disagree on things and still be civil. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're not that far off on almost anything. We can't just be so greedy with it. We lose credibility.
Well, and generally we can have different opinions. It's totally fine. I tell my kids that all the time. They're wrong though. All right, with that, I am going to adjourn our meeting at 10:44. Thank you all so much. Jorge, thank you.